The story begins with the desolate scene at the border of the Great Chaos Continent, where the 9 Deaths, one life realm lies amidst thousands of crumbling, precarious rock formations. This is a treacherous terrain where life and death blend in chaos, with bones scattered everywhere. The gathering of fierce beasts here leaves one uncertain of their safety. Amidst this scene, a girl struggles to explore, beads of sweat dotting her chest from exhaustion. With each step, she breathes heavily. Phew, she stops to rest, glancing around wearily, then says, "Since I enter here, I've been chased by a black lightning bull for 3 whole days. A lifetime grandmaster like me, the 990th sect leader of Wangxian, has been reduced to this state." In her heart, she begins to feel anxious, wondering, could he really be hiding here? Qingqing recalls not long ago when her master fell gravely ill. In his dying moments, he struggled to impart a few words to her. "Cough, cough, Qingqing, my lifespan has reached its end. Now I pass the position of sect leader to you," her master said, his voice growing weaker, each word filtered through increasingly labored breaths. He fought through the pain, continuing to instruct, "Next, I will be brief. You must remember what I tell you in your heart." Lu Qingqing worriedly clutched her master's wrinkled arm, sobbing as she said, "Master, I'm here." Her master's eyes were half closed from fatigue, his gaunt face nearly devoid of vitality. He spoke in a weak voice, each word trembling. "Kick off, Qingqing, don't be sad. Our Wangxian sect is now just a third-rate sect about to be destroyed by the Divine Sword sect. Actually," he paused, coughing loudly as if to release the pain tearing at his heart, then continued. 100,000 years ago, during the era of primordial chaos, our Wangxian sect was once a great high-level sect. Don't mention the current Divine Sword sect. They weren't even worthy of licking our shoes back then." A harsh cough seized him, but he held it back, his eyes shining with bright memories. "At that time, our sect had a grandmaster who was renowned throughout the world. He was not only handsome and generous but also highly educated, with features that were impeccably refined. Even the grass beneath his feet dared not be trampled. His martial prowess, it could be said that Lin Deyu was no match for Yang Liu, sweeping across the Great Chaos Continent. Unmatched by anyone. An absolutely invincible existence, truly admirable and very handsome." The master's tale seemed to transport Lu Qingqing back to the golden age of the sect, but the harsh reality before her only deepened the pain in her heart. The trembling arm was raised, and master tried his best to speak with slow gestures, his voice coarse but clear. But the grandmaster was born without reason and also retreated without reason. 100,000 years ago, the grandmaster chose to live in seclusion at the 9 Deaths, one life realm in the Great Chaos Continent. To be honest, it is not an ordinary place. The 9 Deaths, one life realm, is a place where wolves roam like a jungle, and fierce beasts are everywhere. Anyone who is not a true hero would find it hard to survive. I was once lucky enough to pass through there, but as soon as I set foot in, I was so frightened that I didn't even recognize myself anymore. Fortunately, at that time I had brought enough clothes, otherwise I wouldn't have had time to run." He forced a smile, his expression still somewhat haunted. "At that moment, running away under the twilight, I realized that my youth had been lost forever. Truly, it was a terrifying experience." Qingqing, sitting beside him, watched him struggle to illustrate, thought he seemed completely healthy, not knowing that this weakness was merely an act. She was surprised to see master lean forward, take out a token, and use his last bit of strength to show it off. Fortunately, before going into seclusion, the grandmaster left behind a mysterious token for the sect. He said that if the sect faced life and death danger, just bring this token to the 9 Deaths, one life realm, and you would be able to find him. There the grandmaster would ensure safety, take care of lodging, and assign clear tasks. If you do well within 300 years, you might even be able to buy a mount. The last statement eased the tense atmosphere, but everyone understood that master's words carried great expectations. 500 years can buy a cave mansion. Suddenly he pretended to be aggrieved, sobbing, "Hoo-hoo. Such selfless dedication, thinking of those struggling cultivators like us. I ask you, Grandmaster, what spirit is this?" "It is the spirit of great socialism." "Impressive." The more Lu Qingqing listened, the more annoyed she became. She suddenly fell into a state of confusion, her emotions in an unusual turmoil. Sect leader Wang of Wangxian sect looked at his female disciple with a worried gaze. After speaking too much, the corners of his mouth were now filled with blood. Breathing weakly, he struggled to utter his last words. Cough, cough. Qingqing, do you remember? Now the only way to save the sect is that you must find the Grandmaster before the protective formation is broken. You must rebuild Wangxian sect. As he said this, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, collapsed onto his knees, and passed away. Lu Qingqing was stunned, crying out, Master. She sobbed, choked up and unable to speak. Disciple, I. It turns out Lu Qingqing cried not because she couldn't bear to witness the teacher-student separation, but because she had forgotten her master's instructions. Such an unforgettable memory would be forever etched in her heart. Lu Qingqing still felt an unending sense of emotion. She softly called out to her master. Perhaps this disciple is missing you again. She took out her master's token, gazing at it intently while thinking, Master, the Grandmaster has been living in the 9 deaths, one life realm for 100,000 years. Is he really still in this world? Suddenly, from afar, an ancient monster appeared. It soared high above, seemingly scouting the situation. Its piercing cry echoed, startling Lu Qingqing. Unexpectedly, the beast dove straight down towards her. With its colossal size and the pressure it exuded, it filled Lu Qingqing with horror. In panic, she screamed, "Ay!" Staring at the monster before her, she trembled and muttered, "Oh my, this is the great monster from legend, the Dark Phoenix." Lu Qingqing became even more terrified as she recalled the rumors. The legend says that the Dark Phoenix is a brutal creature, fond of devouring humans, possessing unrivaled power. Even the masters of the Divine Sword sect could only meet a tragic end when facing it. The beast drew increasingly closer. Lu Qingqing, losing all sense of direction, collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as her heart ached. Could it be that I haven't found the Grandmaster and must lose my life here? Master, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the creature swung its wings fiercely, striking the ground and creating a deafening explosion. Lu Qingqing was thrown onto the back of the beast. She was immediately startled by its actions, involuntarily exclaiming a soft The Dark Phoenix flew her straight into a violent vortex. The mist and smoke enveloped the area, creating a dark and dangerous landscape imbued with a primal essence. The chaos and slaughterous scenes left her in awe. Lu Qingqing pondered, the Dark Phoenix didn't eat me. Instead, it allowed me to ride on it. Is this a dream? How can a great beast like the Dark Phoenix allow a human to ride it? Or does it want to take me somewhere? A person and a beast soared deep into the very heart of the 9 deaths, one life realm. This place was both perilous and desolate, embodying an enigmatic cyclical existence. The Dark Phoenix landed in a grand hall. It gently leaned to allow Lu Qingqing to dismount easily. Then, unexpectedly, it spoke. Master, the task has been completed. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing was so surprised that she was left speechless. She looked at it with a puzzled gaze. It can talk. From above the hall, a deep and majestic male voice echoed down. All right, step back. The Dark Phoenix replied softly, Yes, master. Lu Qingqing's heart raced in horror at the exchange. There is someone here. An awkward moment ensued as she bowed respectfully to the mysterious figure above. Younger generation Lu Qingqing respectfully greets you. May I ask who you are? Her heart was filled with unease, anxious about the situation before her. This person is who even the Dark Phoenix has to bow and acknowledge his authority? Suddenly, a medallion flew out from Lu Qingqing's body. She stared blankly as it detached from her. A second later, recovering her senses, she panicked and raised her hand, shouting loudly, Why did you take my medallion? The other person caught the medallion in his hand, laughing mockingly, Ha ha, take! To dare call it taking from this Grandmaster? Lu Qingqing was stunned, but immediately understood. She murmured, Could it be, you are the first-generation sect leader of Wangxian sect, Grandmaster Chen Zhuan? The other person did not respond, only smiled. Chen Zhuan, imposing and dignified, stepped into the light. His silver hair glimmered like moonlight, his attire radiant, exuding the nobility and authority of a supreme sect leader. Lu Qingqing immediately knelt down, respectfully saying, "I am Lu Qingqing, the 990th generation sect leader of Wangxian sect. I implore the first-generation Grandmaster to return from seclusion, hoping you will come back to manage Wangxian sect." Chen Xuan remained silent for a moment, his gaze revealing a hint of amusement. He pondered. The Wangxian sect has been hidden for 100,000 years, and yet there are still people who remember me. He stroked his chin and said slowly, "Tell me everything that has happened." After listening to Lu Qingqing explain the entire situation, Chen Xuan merely nodded lightly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. "Are you saying that a group of semi-corrupted demigods from Divine Sword sect almost seized my territory?" Chen Xuan's eyes flashed with urgency as he cleared his throat and continued, "It's only been over 100,000 years, and the power I've built has deteriorated to this extent. I, someone who has crossed over from another world, have never endured such humiliation." Lu Qingqing suddenly came to her senses, murmuring in confusion, "Ah, the Grandmaster is talking about the semi-corrupted demigods, and what the hell is this crossing over thing?" The atmosphere in the room became oppressive. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea and exhaled deeply to ease the situation. He slowly began to introduce himself. "Correct, my name is Chen Xuan, and I am someone who has crossed over to this world. Previously, I came with a special system when I stepped into this fantastical world. The first place I arrived at was the Wangxian sect. The system stated that as long as I could establish my own power, I would receive rewards for cultivation, and the cradle that could recognize the cultivation I built was the Imperial Dynasty. At that time, with the help of the system, I established a powerful force in Hongming continent, which had long been the cradle of the Wangxian sect for generations. Cultivation under the reward system continues to rise. In no time, I became the supreme existence in the Hongming continent. This continent consists of 7 realms: Realm of Mind Focus, Key Cultivation Realm, Drunken Bone Realm, Yang Spirit Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Dao Principles Realm, and Dao King Realm. All are under my command, Chen Xuan. I proudly flaunted my system interface. Love me alone in the dark alley. Love my unbeatable appearance as well." Chen Xuan continued with his introspective lamentations. "I originally thought that after reaching the pinnacle in the Hongming continent, I would go to another continent to establish my own sect. I still remember when I bid farewell to the disciples of various sects, they were all reluctant to part ways. 'Grandmaster, without you, how will we survive? Grandmaster, please don't leave.' At that moment, I just sat in the system interface, filled with emotion. The Grandmaster must move on to the next station. Take care of yourselves." An unexpected turn of events unfolded. But just then, the system suddenly malfunctioned. A familiar sound echoed. Ting, ting. "System notification, you have experienced all the content of the current version." The abrupt statement left me choking up, and I hurriedly asked, "What will happen?" The system replied succinctly with 3 words, "Will shut down." As the words ended, the system interface immediately went dark. Chen Xuan froze, standing alone in midair. A moment later, gravity pulled him down, and he fell straight into the abyss before the astonished eyes of thousands of disciples from various sects. His scream echoed throughout the barren Rocky Mountains. "Oh dear, oh my." The witnesses were taken aback. Some shook their heads while others swallowed hard. Grandmaster Chen Xuan was plunged straight into a state of mental shock. His body turned icy cold. The cup of tea in his hands had gone cold long ago, leaving him no chance to enjoy it. He sighed, his face blank, murmuring, "So I can't break through anymore. Not being able to break through means there are still people stronger than me in this world. And if there are people stronger than me, then my undefeated status is no longer secure." Lu Qingqing quietly observed. Her gaze held a hint of sympathy, but she couldn't hide her amusement at his helpless expression. She gently called out, "Grandmaster Chen Xuan?" Chen Xuan didn't respond right away. He was lost in thought, resting his hand on his forehead, bowing his head as if questioning himself. "If I'm not secure, how can I become a salted fish? And if I can't become a salted fish, then I'll be chopped down by others. He sprang up, his eyes glimmering with a touch of sorrow. Oh dear, that's right. A mistake. This guy made a mistake. Only after being undefeated can I lie down and be a salted fish. Lu Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reminded him, Grandmaster, perhaps you should reconsider your definition of salted fish. Lu Qingcheng looked at his reaction, feeling astonished in her heart. She wondered, what's wrong with the Grandmaster? She could only see Chen Zhuan sitting like a recluse, talking to himself. He muttered, I fear there are powerhouses from other continents coming to kill me. That's why I've had to hide in the 9 Deaths, one life realm of the Hongmei continent for 100,000 years. This is the state I'm enduring. He curled up, lost in thought within his inner world. I'm really pitiful. I'm too weak, I must not be strong enough. Without a system, I don't dare to go outside to play. I will definitely be killed by others. In fact, the system had explained to him many times if he was very strong, but he refused to believe it. He even frightened himself with strange dreams. Last night, I dreamed that a powerhouse from another continent came to kill me. I've endured in that for 100,000 years. Looking at how he imagined and feared so, even outsiders had to sigh. This is indeed the final stage of delusional victim syndrome. Chen Xuan also found it hard to understand himself. He thought, but now even a divine sword sect of the Hongmei continent dares to trample on my head. Could it be that they really don't see me as anything? He was lost in thought, his hand unconsciously fiddling with a small sip of the harmonious energy to ease his boredom. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. What if I just let it go and casually unleash a palm strike to blow up the divine sword sect? Just then, the system unexpectedly announced, Ding ding, the sect system upgrade has been completed. Qin Xuan stared at the screen, momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the system continued to boot up. The light from the interface illuminated his face, accompanied by the announcement, New mission launched, 6 rounds of trials before progressing to the next continent. Reading this, he gradually grasped the situation. A wave of horror surged in his heart as he wondered, next continent? What the hell is this? The screen continued to display mission information. First trial round. Assist the younger generation, Lu Qingcheng, in resolving the sex crisis. Note, the master must not take direct action. Everything must be handled by the younger generation themselves. Rewards will be given upon completion of the trial, or when the younger generation's cultivation breaks through. The master will also receive corresponding rewards. After reading this, Chen Chuan could only be dumbfounded, dazed, and then he toppled over. He mumbled to himself, Oh my God, another new mission. Finally, this system has decided to upgrade. Immediately after, the system's monotone voice rang out. Will the master accept the mission? He felt overwhelmed with happiness when he saw the system return to him. His whole body trembled, tears streaming down his face. He exclaimed, So there's a chance to go to another continent, right? Qin Xuan shouted, his voice choked as he faced the response from the system. Is that even a question? Lu Qingcheng, standing nearby, observed the emotional display of joy and anger that was no different from witnessing a genuine performance by Chen Zhuan. His gaze lingered on the system interface, his facial expression seemingly devoid of any clear emotions. Not able to hold back, she stepped forward and gently called out, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. However, his gaze gradually shifted towards her, causing Qingcheng to ponder. Why is the Grandmaster suddenly staring at me like that? Does he actually notice me? But with such an age difference, could he accept me? Just then, Chen Xuan suddenly spoke up, his tone resolute. I accept. His unexpected words struck Lu Qingcheng like a bolt from the blue, making her unable to hold back a gasp. Ah! Qin Xuan grasped her hand, his eyes bright with joy as he spoke to himself. Haha, that system told me to recruit Yi and nurture the next generation to receive rewards. But it didn't allow me to act directly. It seems I have to let Xiao Luo take action instead. Lu Qingcheng completely misunderstood Chen Zhuan's action. She thought to herself, is the Grandmaster confessing to me? Then will it lead to the forbidden training between master and disciple? Increasing these degenerate plot elements, how can I accept this? Her mind began to wander, even thinking about naming their future children. A son named Chen Chang would be good, but seeing how self-absorbed I am, could this be a sign of the late stage of love? Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained calm, not noticing Lu Qingcheng's strange expression. He casually asked, "By the way, Xiao Lu, my grandmaster is very tough. But are you tough?" The unexpected question left Lu Qingcheng bewildered. She hesitantly asked back, her voice soft, "What do you mean by tough?" Chen Xuan withdrew his hand and seriously explained, "What I mean is, forging iron requires oneself to be tough. Do you understand this principle? Regarding the sex matters, I won't help you. You'd have to rely on yourself to solve it. This grandmaster will never get involved, even if it costs me my life." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng finally understood his meaning. She sighed, her voice filled with disappointment. "Ah, it's tough in that sense." She became completely despondent. After a moment, she sadly said, "But Grandmaster, the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect has the Heavenly Sword battle oath. How can I possibly defeat him? I can't withstand even 3 moves. Based on oneself, it is certain to die." Ken Xuan also realized this. "Oh, is that so? That's right. The opponent has the Heavenly Sword battle oath while you have nothing at all." Lu Qingcheng sighed, deducing for herself, "The Grandmaster must be worried about my insufficient strength, wanting to pass down some divine skill or precious artifact to turn the situation around." She told herself, "The Grandmaster is indeed a soft-hearted immortal." But in reality, Chen Xuan arrogantly responded, "Then the Grandmaster can only gift you a set of clothes. When the time comes, wearing them will surely look better than those lowly battle physique." These words completely crushed Lu Qingcheng. She was reluctantly pulled along by him. "Come on, the Grandmaster will take you to pick out some clothes." Lu Qingcheng could only cry inwardly, wondering it's a matter of life and death, and still the question is whether the clothes look good or not. Saying that, she suddenly widened her eyes and realized, wait. I understand now, it's funeral clothes. It turns out the Grandmaster wants me to die while still maintaining my dignity. Kim Swan snapped his fingers. Poof. The scene immediately changed. He brought Lu Qingcheng to a strange space. She couldn't help but be astonished, glancing around frequently, her eyes wide open. Lu Qingcheng actively asked, "Master, where is this?" Chen Xuan replied gently, "This is my dressing room." Chen Xuan cupped his hands to his mouth and spoke loudly to the people in front. "Hey, my descendant needs a set of clothes. Who among you is willing to follow her?" Lu Qingcheng looked at the 4 figures in front of her. They wore 4 outfits of different colors. She was astonished, gazing carefully for a moment before exclaiming, This is clothing. No, this is clearly fire, water, wind, earth, the 4 phenomena of battle physique. And each of them surpasses the innate battle physique," she observed carefully. A surge of intense emotion rose in Lu Qingcheng's heart. Looking at the wind figure, she felt as if she was being drawn in. Her voice was a whisper, her eyes shining brightly. "If I wear this, oh my, isn't it as if the whole world was born just for Lu Qingcheng?" She smiled dreamily. "With such a body, just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm already several times more charming." But after a moment, she pointed at the fire figure and turned to Chen Xuan. "Master, I want this one." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Xuan abruptly kicked all the figures away, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Get out of Lu Qingcheng's sight immediately." He grimaced, shaking his head with discomfort. "So ugly, how would my descendant dare to wear this to meet people? Quickly change for a new batch. It must be of a level suitable for a Paris Fashion Week." Lu Qingcheng was stunned in the face of Chen Xuan's prejudice. She muttered with an embarrassed expression, "Did I just see the Grandmaster blow up the entire battle physique statue with a kick?" Right behind her, the atmosphere suddenly shifted strangely. Lu Qingcheng quickly turned around, her gaze landing on a gloomy purple battle physique statue that radiated an aura of malevolence. She reminded herself, primordial supreme poison body. Lu Qingcheng immediately recalled the legend from thousands of years ago. It was said that the lone Azura, possessing the incredibly toxic innate poisonous technique body, single-handedly charged into the mountains to save his mother. He challenged 100 heavenly azures without suffering a scratch and won overwhelmingly. That achievement shocked the world. At that time, a battle physique statue faced 100 opponents, with corpses littered beneath the feet of the poison cultivator, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Looking at the statue before her, Lu Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaim, "The poison body is the path to invincibility. Why rely on the strength of others?" The noble and majestic aura emanating from the statue filled her with admiration. With determination flashing in her eyes, Lu Qingcheng emotionally pointed at the battle physique statue and said to Chen Zhuan, "Grandmaster, I want to have this." However, Chen Zhuan merely scoffed. He waved his hand mercilessly, completely destroying the statue. He sternly reminded her, "Daughter, it would be better not to dress and act too defiantly." Lu Qingcheng felt as if she had collapsed. She sank to the ground, filled with regret. She sighed and murmured, "Such rare poison bodies exist in the world, yet the Grandmaster shattered it with a single blow." The other battle physiques appeared and then vanished like a cycle. The conversation between Lu Qingcheng and Chen Zhuan went on endlessly, as if it would never come to an end. Lu Qingcheng sighed, "So I want the coexisting with thunder, mental mutation thunder sword body." Chen Zhuan smirked, looking over. "Himph, too gaudy, not suitable." Lu Qingcheng then shifted direction. "What about the spirit water body that was once the battle physique of the Empress?" Chen Zhuan flatly shook his head, "Not modern enough." She didn't give up. Floating golden immortal body. Legend says it can stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. Chen Zhuan frowned, sneering. Just hearing the name makes it feel outdated. Lu Qingcheng pouted. Then I want this one." This time, Chen Zhuan said nothing, immediately destroyed it without needing to argue. Lu Qingcheng held her head, lamenting, "Oh dear, Grandmaster, are you destroying the battle physique or my weak spirit here?" Chen Zhuan ignored her reproach, still calmly browsing through items, pretending not to care about her feelings. She began to cry, clinging to his leg. "Don't destroy it anymore. Don't destroy it anymore. The last one, no matter what, must be kept for me." In the end, Chen Zhuan also relented. He handed her a set of clothes, saying as he gave it, "Fine then. This one looks quite decent. Colors and patterns match you." Like being freed, Lu Qingcheng nodded repeatedly. "Aha, aha, aha." In her heart, she quietly cheered. "Oh ancestors, as long as I'm not chosen anymore, anything is good. I'm very easy to please." He looked at the outfit in his hands, thoughtfully evaluating it for a while before saying, "Yes, but your taste is still insufficient. I fear that wearing this outfit will lead to you being burned alive by the flames of trend." Lu Qingcheng, hearing this, didn't understand. She tilted her head and asked, "Burned by taste? Does the Grandmaster mean that I have only reached the realm of mind focus, and if I forcibly harness the flames of battle physique, I could end up burning to death?" The feeling of regret hadn't yet faded when despair surged up. She mumbled gloomily, "But I am the last hope of the sect. If I don't seize this opportunity, the people of the sect will all perish." Lu Qingcheng thought for a long time and finally made up her mind. She raised her head, showing a determined expression, and said to Chen Zhuan, "Grandmaster, I want to try." Chen Zhuan did not hesitate. He channeled his energy, his hands subtly shifting as he transformed the outfit to fit her body perfectly. "All right, then try it on." Lu Qingcheng quickly donned the outfit. The moment she finished putting it on, her entire being seemed to change. The fusion fire combat body outfit seemed to radiate with brightness. The temperature from the outfit gradually increased, spreading throughout her body, causing Lu Qingcheng to panic and scream. "Ah, Grandmaster, I'm so hot." King Xuan raised his hand to regulate the energy within the outfit, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Do not resist. The first time always hurts." He observed silently. This was the great Sun Yang body, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary battle physique. So what would a battle physique talent be? Chen Xuan muttered, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. Compared to this, it's nothing at all. At this moment, Lu Qingcheng could barely hear Chen Xuan's words. Her entire focus was dominated by the scorching heat from the battle physique. The temperature kept rising like a flame burning her body, making her feel power surging but also experiencing immense pain. She could only endure, absorbing the heat while letting out a soft ah. Chen Xuan observed the situation of the female descendant and thought to himself, if she successfully cultivates the great Sun Yang body, this fire will grant her immortality. Just at that moment, Xiao Luo, with a fire attribute, selecting this volume seemed like fate. After a while of enduring the heat, Luo Qingcheng gradually reached the level of transforming celestial fire. The process of absorbing fire to perfect her battle physique had succeeded. She seemed to become a completely different person. Her entire body was suffused with blazing red spiritual fire, and a fiery mark appeared on her forehead. Luo Qingcheng touched her body, feeling the newfound strength. She smiled, enjoying the unfamiliar fragrant smell of burning fire, then sighed. I have successfully achieved harmony. When the battle physique receded, she realized this was indeed the great Sun Yang body. She sincerely bowed in gratitude. Chen Xuan, the descendant is Qingcheng. Thank you for granting me this physique, Grandmaster. Qin Xuan replied calmly, Rise, it is merely a technique. If you truly want to thank me, then rebuild the Wang Xian sect. After saying this, he mumbled to the system. System, the clothes willingly followed the descendant. It doesn't count as me taking action, right? The system immediately confirmed, does not count. After completing everything, Luo Qingcheng took her leave. Grandmaster, then I shall take my leave back to the sect. The situation there is urgent. I will return to express my gratitude to you later. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Xuan suddenly called out, Ah, wait. There's an important matter I need you to handle. Luo Qingcheng instantly became serious, her eyes gleaming with determination. She asked right away, Grandmaster, what is it? If needed, I will certainly risk everything to accomplish it. She was absolutely certain that if a character like the Grandmaster said this was a great matter, it must be something significant. However, Chen Xuan did not seem excited. He glanced at Luo Qingcheng, saw her cheerful and vibrant, and could only smile wryly before saying, Well, it's good that she has that insight, but this isn't easy. Saying that, he became serious, feigning the pose of a highly skilled person deep in thought, looking at her earnestly and asking, Does she know how to cook? Luo Qingcheng immediately showed a flustered expression, as if taken by surprise by a question that was beyond her expectations. She stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what the great matter the Grandmaster was actually referring to. Huh? She exclaimed with confusion. Before long, a sumptuous meal had been meticulously prepared by Luo Qingcheng. Dishes like stewed chicken with royal sauce, braised pork, and stir-fried peppers with meat were all colorful and delicious, making anyone who looked at them salivate. She wore a simple yet warm chef's outfit, creating a feeling that was both amusing and strange. Deep down, she silently lamented. The sect is facing life and death crisis, yet the Grandmaster tells me to cook here, and even forces me to wear this ridiculous outfit. It feels so odd. She gently bowed her head, addressing Chen Xuan, Grandmaster, the food is ready. Junior must return to the sect now. But how could Chen Xuan easily let such a beautiful cook with such delicious food leave? He smiled politely, holding her back. Don't be in a hurry, it has been a long time since anyone has dined with me. Come, try this piece of pork. Luo Qingcheng hesitated, feeling both flustered and a bit dissatisfied. She firmly said, Grandmaster, whether I die out there right now or even jump down here, I still have no mood to eat. But who would dare to defy Chen Xuan? He immediately placed a large piece of pork into the girl's mouth, causing her to nearly choke and cough violently. My Grandmaster. As soon as the piece of meat was swallowed, Luo Qingcheng felt the delicious flavor bursting in her mouth. She closed her eyes to savor it, blissfully enjoying this special delicacy. This is not ordinary pork. This is the meat of a holy unicorn, Qingcheng thought to herself. This type of meat was completely different from any she had tasted before. She couldn't stop exclaiming, so delicious, a wonderful delicacy. Just a small piece, and the pure energy from the fire spirit had spread throughout her body. In that moment, Qingcheng recalled the legend about the origin of this meat. It was said that 100,000 years ago, lone Nazarite, in an attempt to save his mother from a severe illness, decided to hunt the unicorn to obtain the holy item for healing. However, not only did he fail to catch one, but he was also forced by the unicorn to perform eloquent speech for 3 years to be spared. At that time, Lone Nazara, surnamed Oo, used all his talent to perform, illustrating with body language and rich words. The unicorns showed great interest, praising his performance as wonderful, and thus called him O Dak Gong. This illustrates the value and rarity of unicorn meat. Lu Qingcheng continued to chew and swallow with fascination, unable to hide her delight. She smiled in satisfaction. "Ha ha, so great." Ken Zuan looked at her, puzzled. "What's wrong with this girl? Is she choking?" Zhu Dao quickly handed her a cup of water, kindly saying, "Drink some water, don't rush." Lu Qingcheng waved her hand in refusal. "I'm fine, I'm not thirsty. Don't worry too much, Grandmaster Jr. is still okay." Chen Zuan forced Lu Qingcheng to drink a glass of water, his tone somewhat sarcastic. "Oh, you look so thirsty, go ahead and drink." Lu Qingcheng helplessly accepted the glass of water, not daring to refuse. She took small sips, but the water spilled out at the corners of her mouth, leaving small trickles down her shirt. As the cool water seeped into her body, a marvelous sensation spread throughout her, leaving her astonished. She widened her eyes, thinking to herself, "This is not ordinary water. This is clearly Jade Spring Divine Nectar. Furthermore, it's not just a drop, but a whole glass full." She glanced at the glass of water in her hand, and Chen Zhuan's mischievous smile. Lu Qingcheng's heart suddenly trembled. She reminded herself, "This divine water is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, yet the Grandmaster gave me a whole glass to drink. Could it be, the Grandmaster truly loves me?" In a fit of emotion, Lu Qingcheng unexpectedly knelt down, hurling her head to the ground with a thud. She spoke with deep gratitude. "Grandmaster, such valuable Jade Spring Divine Nectar, I truly do not deserve to receive it. Thank you so much." Chen Zuan merely smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I have an entire lake of this stuff." He turned around, gracefully extending his hand behind him, revealing a shimmering scene of the lake. The sight left Lu Qingcheng so astonished that she almost forgot to breathe. She looked at the vast lake before her with confusion in her heart, thinking, "Is this the Emperor's aura of the first-generation Grandmaster? This is truly beyond imagination." Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out by her ear. The girl jumped in fright, her face bemusedly glancing left and right before asking Chen Zhuan, "Oh, Grandmaster, there's thunder. It's too crude, and it seems I've broken through, becoming a drunken bone realm now." Chen Zhuan gently replied, "Ah, that's the thunder caused by the breakthrough." While she was still speaking, the system screen suddenly displayed a notification. "Ring. Descendant Qingcheng has leveled up, rewarding the master with 10,000 years of power." The thunder boomed again. Ken Zhuan was satisfied with the system's reward and also had an additional bonus. The thunder grew louder and spread widely, striking an entire bright sky. The system notified that Chen Zhuan had broken through to the second rank of Dao Sovereign. The bizarre events made Lu Qingcheng's eyes widen, still unable to adapt. Chen Zhuan still lightly laughed contentedly. He calmly said, "Haha, 100,000 years. I was stuck at the first rank of Dao Sovereign for 100,000 years, and now I can finally break through to the second rank. Indeed, I have now become a Chen Zhuan of the second rank Dao Sovereign." Wai Tai's advancement was clear through his imposing aura. He told himself that later he would secretly assist his disciples while continuing to level up. Lu Qingcheng asked with delight, "Grandmaster, is this celestial phenomenon caused by you?" He chuckled and replied, "Haha, there's nothing to fear, it's just a small breakthrough." The girl solemnly lowered her head once more, pondering, "If this is called a small breakthrough, then doesn't that mean I haven't broken through at all?" The girl respectfully said to Chen Zhuan, "So, Grandmaster, the sect is facing an urgent matter. I ask for your permission to return first." He hurriedly stopped her, smiling faintly. "What's the rush? Look at the sunset, it's so beautiful. Why hurry?" Chen Zhuan pointed to the evening sky, where the warm, fiery sunset enveloped a space. Then he smiled invitingly. "Come join me for a steam bath." Lu Qingcheng felt flustered but still followed his invitation, She arrived at the steam room, a mix of confusion and shyness filling her heart. Clutching her towel tightly around her body, she murmured, "Steam bath? What kind of bizarre activity is this? A grandmaster and a sect leader together in here. It's inappropriate for men and women." Lost in her thoughts, she wondered, why did he want me to dress like this? Could it be the grandmaster is that kind of person? In contrast to Lu Qingcheng's awkwardness, Chen Chuan was very relaxed. He leaned back, sighed, and said with a laugh, "So comfortable. What? Can't stand this temperature. This is how a steam bath should be." Noticing her discomfort, he quickly changed the topic. "How about I tell you a story?" Lu Qingcheng immediately nodded eagerly, showing her agreement. But her face turned as red as a ripened tomato, secretly thinking, "Oh dear, this grandmaster really is warm-hearted. It turns out he's not a rogue, just a bit peculiar." Kim Suan began to tell. This story is full of energy, titled Living Together Shyly. It's about a single man and woman living together. Lu Qingcheng suddenly jolted. The rhythm of the story sounded familiar, and she quickly reacted, "Wait a minute. This isn't an energetic story at all. Clearly, it's a romance novel." Dead, the Grandmaster is indeed a rogue. This time, it's truly like sending a lamb into the mouth of a tiger. Lu Qingcheng suddenly noticed that the energy around her was becoming increasingly dense. She couldn't help but ponder, wait, why is the mist gathering around me like this? But just after a moment, she was startled to realize something was amiss. This wasn't mist, it was spiritual energy so thick that it had turned into a tangible substance. She was even more astonished when she recognized that this density was perhaps hundreds, even thousands of times greater than the traditional spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Qingcheng could still hear the calm storytelling voice of the Grandmaster. She saw him chuckling lightly as he said, "Fire of 10,000 desires, a burning fire that consumes everything." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng was taken aback to discover something. He continued to narrate. The young man Abin yearned daily to learn the verbal formula from her. Lu Qingcheng silently speculated in her heart that the Grandmaster's words did not seem merely a simple joke. Unexpectedly, this could be a legendary imperial-level cultivation technique. She collected details from the Grandmaster's story, relating it to the legend of the Fire of 10,000 Desires. Every day he thirsted to learn the verbal formula from her. If that's the case, Lu Qingcheng mused, and then suddenly remembered the pinnacle technique, 10,000 fires dividing the heaven technique. She understood very well the rankings of cultivation techniques. They are categorized from low to high as Huang, Xuan, Di, Tian, and Dai. Even though the Divine Sword sect is renowned for being the most powerful, it only reaches the Dai level. But now, what the Grandmaster said made Lu Qingcheng's heart race uncontrollably. In a moment of daze, she imagined the Grandmaster affectionately saying to her, "Woman, I wish to create a world. In it only I can bully you." These words echoed in her mind like an ambiguous confession, coupled with the notion of using an imperial-level cultivation technique to enchant others. Lu Qingcheng's face turned red, feeling both shy and dreamy. "Hoo, the Grandmaster truly loves me to death." Immediately after, she startled herself, saying, "No, I can't let the Grandmaster down. I must quickly cultivate." Only readers like us can recognize the truth that no, she is overthinking. Chen Chuan cast a probing glance. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared, and he joyfully thought, "Ha, Xiao Lu has finally noticed." He said to the system, "System, pay close attention. I'm just leading the younger generation to eat, steam, and share stories." The system was so frustrated it wanted to blow smoke, but couldn't do anything. The next day, he officially released Lu Qingcheng and said a few parting words. "Xiao Lu, I have nothing more to entertain you with. If you want to go back, feel free." She quickly replied, "Yes, the younger generation Queen Than thanks Grandmaster for the great kindness." Yesterday, after spending some time in the steam room, she had broken through to the spirit-nourishing realm. She realized that Grandmaster had kept her around to gain enough strength to confront the Divine Sword sect. Qin Xuan, being hospitable, pulled out a calf and offered, "By the way, the road to Wangqian sect is long, so I gift you a calf for the journey. If you get hungry, you can roast it." Lu Qingqing looked at the calf with sparkling eyes. Her mouth watered as she praised, "Oh yeah, so adorable. Thank you, Grandmaster." She looked at the calf, feeling a bit of familiarity but couldn't figure it out. In the end she dismissed it and tidied up before taking the lovely calf back to her sect. Before leaving, she didn't forget to bid farewell. "Then Grandmaster, goodbye." Chen Xuan stayed behind, crying mournfully, instructing the person leaving, "Remember to come home often and check on the stars. Even if it's just to help the Grandmaster wash the dishes, that's fine." Once the figure was out of sight, he let out a sigh of relief. Chen Xuan looked up at the sky and laughed. "Haha, now that Qiu Luo has so many specialties, as long as I don't encounter anything bizarre, it will be fine." He wore a loose cloak and baggy shorts. Standing proudly under the sun, he shouted, "I should be able to deal with that divine convenience sect, right?" The system, upon hearing this, appeared confused, unable to comprehend what he was talking about. Chen Xuan threw off his cloak, wearing only his shorts, happily running around everywhere, laughing and saying, "Haha, Xiao Luo is gone. Now I can just wear shorts and comfortably go out to play with the big birds." The system immediately sent a warning message. "You are the bizarre one. Here there are no big birds aside from the dark phoenix." The scene shifted to a majestic high mountain, where a sect with a formidable atmosphere displayed its pride. The sect leader sat on the throne, sternly asking, "Have we obtained what I desire?" A man and woman subordinate standing below awkwardly replied, "Reporting to boss, we suffered a setback once, but we have attained the thing that the four of us wanted the most." The man added, "However, it seems that people from the kingdom of Vast Moon have been sent to hunt us down." The girl's subordinate pushed the demonic ball up to her superior. The one receiving it was the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect, Nameless Sword, a person with another identity as Tao Principle's realm. He took the precious item in his hands, and his eyes flickered with bold demonic aura. He coldly said, "Is that so? Forget it, this treasure has fallen into my hands. Even if they chase after us here, it will only be seeking death." But immediately after, when he touched the demonic ball, his body began to thrash as if experiencing a strange reaction. The pupils of Nameless Sword suddenly lost the usual demonic aura, only to shrink to the utmost extent. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ugh, what is happening to my body?" His voice gradually became suffocating and uncomfortable. "You all, what's happening to my body?" The crowd below watched their sect leader writhing in pain. He staggered, his divine essence becoming chaotic, mumbling unintelligible words. "You all are not members of the Divine Sword sect. I am sect leader Nameless Sword. Quickly return my body to me. If not, He abruptly stopped, his gaze becoming hollow, as if being controlled by an invisible force. Hesitating for a moment, Nameless Sword slapped his own right cheek hard. The pain jolted him, shifting his state, his voice trembling and tentative. His gaze suddenly flashed with a radiant dark energy, his whole being emitting a madness more intense than usual. His voice became deep, cold, and terrifying. Test, why are you so disrespectful every day? It's time to teach this disrespectful one a lesson." The true body of Nameless Sword wanted to break free but was flailed and absorbed into the dark devil's orb. His voice came out, trembling and full of fear. What do you want to do to me?" He screamed in anguish. "I don't want this anymore. My body can't take it anymore. I beg you, spare me, please." The wails gradually faded away. Nameless Sword was entirely swallowed by the dark devil's orb. His soul truly vanished, leaving behind a body completely possessed, now transformed into a new dark entity. He laughed loudly, the sound filled with terror. "Haha, the power. This power is incredible, but I need much more." Nameless Sword soared into the air, gripping the dark devil's orb tightly, then commanded, "Send the order down. Tomorrow instruct the sect to attack Wangxian sect. All of them will become my nourishment." The group of people, upon hearing this, responded simply, "Yes." The next day, at Wangxian sect, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, piercing through the solid protective barrier of the sect. The legendary formation, said to be unbreakable, which had existed for many years, was now breaking apart, crumbling into countless fragments. Those inside panicked. "It's over. The sect's protective formation has been breached. Everything is spiraling out of control. Within the sect, countless corpses lay scattered across the ground, blood staining the area red. They whispered among themselves, "All these tragic events are caused by one reason. Divine Sword Sect has led people in to kill." Upon hearing this news, everyone in the city was shocked, horrified, and could not believe their ears. What? The protective wall has been broken. Every last fragment of spiritual power is gradually dissipating into nothingness. Yi Chen swaggered forward, casting a shadow over the entire area. He radiated a brilliant light, becoming the focal point of the night. He laughed maniacally. "Haha! Fellow brothers and sisters, aren't you going to run yet?" Yi Chen, a first-grade cultivation expert, was also considered somewhat capable. That's why he dared to be so arrogant. Moreover, he brought along 500 brothers, so his confidence was almost sky-high. Yi Chen sarcastically said, "Only those who know when to adapt are true elites. Your sect leader has already fled. Why not follow our lead and join the divine tribulation?" He showed off his arrogance and complacency in front of everyone's reactions. The crowd below heavily criticized him. They were not only angry at his attitude but also disappointed by the decay of this place. One person shouted in anger, "Yi Chen, you are the eldest senior brother, yet you recklessly lead the disciples to join the enemy. You are truly a disgrace to our sect. I curse you to die in unrest." But Yi Chen did not care about those words at all, even displaying a challenging expression. "Ha! I die in unrest? That should be the fate meant for all of you." Next, he ordered his army to charge in and kill them all. Lu Lingchen, covered in wounds, still stood alone at the front line, risking his life to protect his sect. He was determined that today he would live or die facing this traitor. "Impudent rebel, do you really think that Wangxian sect has no one left?" Lu Lingchen gritted his teeth, pronouncing each word with conviction. Yi Chen, standing beside him, glanced at the scene with mild interest. The person before him was the senior elder, the leader of Wangxian sect. Lu Lingchen was originally a master of the third rank of spiritual cultivation realm, but at this moment he was severely injured. His cultivation skills had been greatly depleted, to the extent that even breathing became immensely difficult. Everyone around couldn't help but worry. A disciple spoke up. "Master, Senior Elder Lu, your wounds have yet to heal, please stop." Despite everyone's earnest advice, Lu Lingchen remained resolute in performing his cultivation technique. He took a deep breath, his voice filled with determination. "Want to lay a hand on the people of Wangxian sect? It's not that easy." The supple movements of the arm, the flames surged up fiercely, the heat enveloping a vast area. Yi Chen felt a hint of panic. After all, his cultivation was 2 ranks lower than Lu Lingchen. If it came to a direct confrontation, his chances of winning were almost zero. Lu Lingchen, his entire body ablaze like a torch, clenched his fist and charged straight at the enemy before him. He shouted loudly, "You want to advance? Then step over my corpse first. Do you want to perish together with me or not?" Yi Chen was terrified by the reckless spirit of this old man. He thought to himself, "He's gone mad. Does he really want to burn everything just to launch this attack?" The flames of Lu Lingchen were indeed terrifying, but in the end they were still blocked. A sword that gleamed as if plated in silver intercepted that lethal strike. Standing opposite Lu Lingchen was the sword enthusiast, the top disciple of Divine Sword Sect. He was at the 8th level of the Nourishing Spirit realm, and the 2 swords in his hands shone unusually, easily stopping the powerful attack of Lu Lingchen. Sword enthusiast sneered disdainfully, his eyes looking down on Lu Lingchen as if watching a farce. "What do you intend to do to me with this little fading strength?" He spoke disdainfully. "Haha, sword technique isn't bad, quick enough. This guy is already strong, and with that bad temper, his notorious reputation has truly reached the Wangxian sect." The people around were left in awe at the scene. "Oh no, it's the sword enthusiast. The sword enthusiast is the strongest talented individual of the Divine Sword Sect. It is said that his abilities can rival even the senior elder." Lu Lingchen was truly nearing his limit. The flames surrounding him gradually faded, no longer burning fiercely as they had at the beginning. The Divine Sword sect has sent forth their best talent that needs nurturing. Is it true that our Wangxian sect cannot escape calamity today? The swordsman continued unleashing an onslaught of techniques. Each move he executed was treacherous. Just one hit would be enough to ascend to the heavens and reunite with the ancestors. His eyes bulged, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. He sneered coldly, "Old useless thing, continued to burn your lifespan." Lu Lingchen was severely injured. On his chest were fatal stab wounds, to the point where the chance to dodge the blow was eliminated, not to mention counterattack. His entire body trembled, aching as he was nearly exhausted. He silently thought, his sword is too strong. The sword enthusiast fought with Lu Lingchen like a cat playing with a mouse. He steadily attacked, forcing the old man's dwindling vitality to deplete. In the end, he delivered a finishing blow and laughed with delight. "Senior brother, there is an opening." Lu Lingchen's body felt as if it were torn apart. He could only let out a gasp of "paft" before collapsing. Those below witnessed the heartbreaking scene, tears and snot streaming down their faces, calling out loudly, "Six, Senior Elder." Nevertheless, no matter how many times they called, it was in vain. He had been beaten to such an extent that merely breathing was already his last effort. The fierce battle ended in just a few short hours. The Divine Sword sect emerged victorious, and the band of villains following them cheered incessantly. Yi Chen lifted his face to the sky, mocking, "Haha, martial brother, what powerful martial arts! Sword enthusiast, put your sword away. Your lifespan has almost burned out. Junior brother, go clean up the remains of your master." Yi Chen stood to one side, putting on a flattering demeanor, responding sweetly, "Yes." The crowd below was filled with rage, collectively opposing, "Don't even think about touching Six, Senior Elder." Yi Chen, full of disdain, snorted coldly. Those who dared to stand in his way always shared the same fate. He coldly said, "Get lost." The next moment, he unleashed a palm strike downwards. A loud explosion echoed, the force of destruction creating a cloud of dust that billowed everywhere. Thousands were injured, the sounds of painful groans resonating throughout. Cough. Yi Chen swung his sword, charging straight towards Lu Lingchen. When the blade was just a hair's breadth from his opponent, he still tried to act fake, sweet-talking in a tone full of treachery. "Master, become my merit in the Divine Sword sect." Lu Lingchen coughed up blood, clenched the sword tightly in his hand, but felt helpless, unable to dodge. His expression radiated profound despair. Lu, the sect leader, has entered the 9 deaths. One life realm, the chances of survival are slim. I am the last line of defense for the Wangxian sect. If I die, does heaven truly turn its back on us? The tip of Yi Chen's sword was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Lingchen. In that moment, all his efforts and hopes collapsed. Lu Lingchen was on the verge of giving up, only left to desperately wonder, is there truly not a glimmer of hope left for our Wangxian sect? At that moment, a sudden ray of light appeared from nowhere, sending Yi Chen flying thousands of feet away. His body crashed violently into a nearby pillar. The strike was so quick and powerful that Yi Chen didn't have time to evade, taking the full force of the terrifying energy. Everyone, including the sword enthusiast and Lu Lingchen, instinctively turned to look in one direction. Seeing Yi Chen die without closing his eyes right on the spot, his blood and flesh splattered, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, rendering his body unrecognizable. Everyone found the scene truly grotesque. However, no one cared about his grotesque appearance and death. What shocked everyone was the fact that Yi Chen had died. He, the right-hand man of the Divine Sword sect, who had slaughtered thousands of disciples from sects, had been completely defeated with just one blow. Lu Lingchen was also stunned, exclaiming, "Yi Chen, he is really dead." At that moment, Lu Qiqing appeared. Her long, slender legs gently touched the ground, walking as if weightless. She looked at everyone, her cold voice rang out. 100,000 years ago, the Divine Sword sect was just a small sect clinging to my Wangxian sect. Yet now, they dared to bully its master. When she appeared, her serious demeanor and heroic aura made no one dare to underestimate her. Beside her was a large bull, its majestic presence no less than that of its master. Seeing Lu Qingqing, the disciples of the sect were overjoyed and excited. They cheered. Ha, it's the sect leader. The sect leader has returned from the 9 deaths, 1 life realm. Lu Lingchen, who had just been on the brink of death, was now unbelievably healthy. His eyes were wide open, and his voice trembled. Sect leader, you haven't died. Have you invited the Grandmaster? Lu Qingqing, her hair flowing in the wind, smiled softly like a savior. She replied calmly, yes, I have found the Grandmaster. She scratched her head in a show of concern and sighed. But the Grandmaster refuses to emerge. He says we must live or die according to heaven's will. These words struck like a bolt of lightning. Everyone was stunned, only wanting to spit blood on the spot. Sword enthusiasts stood silently for a long time before speaking up. Senior brother, you are the newly appointed sect leader from the 9 deaths, 1 life realm of Wangxian sect, right? He laughed, a strange smile that was unsettling. His voice rang out. It's unclear whether he was telling a story or bragging. I once recklessly ventured there and nearly lost my life. But because of that experience, I comprehended a sword technique. However, because it is too powerful, I have yet to find anyone capable of withstanding it. He turned to look at Lu Qingqing, his gaze filled with suspicion. You survived and returned from the 9 deaths, 1 life realm as well. The people around began to sense something ominous. Just as they thought, he not only wanted to brag about his extraordinary sword technique, but was also subtly challenging the sect leader of Wangxian sect. He swung his sword, exuding power like a roaring dragon. The sword enthusiast accumulated spiritual power, his voice full of challenge. You must be able to withstand my strongest strike, right? Although he was cruel, vicious, and despicable, his sword technique had long been renowned far and wide. Everyone felt anxious. Lu Qingqing desperately tried to stop her. Sect leader, run away. The sword enthusiast is the strongest new generation in the divine sword sect, and has reached the 8th level of spiritual cultivation. You are still at the realm of mind focus. You can't match him. Even Lu Lingchen struggled to rise and advised. Sect leader, even in my prime, I couldn't withstand one of his full-strength strikes. However, Lu Qingqing had no intention of fleeing. She had changed from before and was no longer afraid of the 8th level or anything else. Confidently showcasing her talent, she ignited a flame in her hand, reassuring everyone. Ha, everyone, it's fine. Although the Grandmaster is not here, just leave everything to a sect leader who isn't at full capacity like me. The crowd below could only shout back. At this moment, the sword enthusiast truly resembled nothing human. His muscles bulged, as if wanting to rip through the fabric of his clothes. His eyes gleamed a ghostly green, and his head was sharply pointed, not unlike that of a sewer rat. He looked at Lu Qingqing with a contemptuous expression, a mocking tone in his laughter. Haha, a small flame dares to dream of challenging my towering sword intent. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword and shouted loudly, Self-willed dragon sword. His shout blended with the roar of a furious dragon, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Just listening was enough to make one's hands and feet go weak. Lu Qingqing merely smirked, her eyes cold and seemingly indifferent. She calmly executed her cultivation technique, her hand moving gently as the flame in her palm blazed even hotter. She said in a gentle yet sharp voice, Hack 10,000 fires dividing the heaven technique. The small flame suddenly transformed into a gigantic fire phoenix, charging straight towards the sword enthusiast. The phoenix tore through the dragon aura he had just built, causing the space itself to seem to ignite. The sword enthusiast panicked but was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the fire. The destructive heat ravaged his meridians, forcing him to convulse and writhe like a fish in a hot pan. His outer robe was burned to ashes, the heat seeping into every fiber of his flesh. If he were not completely charred, he would certainly have been singed. The sword enthusiast collapsed to the ground, his entire outfit consumed by flames. The fire seemed to possess a life of its own, roaring fiercely without any sign of extinguishing, yet it only surrounded him without spreading elsewhere. In front of him, Lu Qingqing appeared with the demeanor of a victor. She mocked, Haha, is this your strongest move? She shrugged challengingly, as if defeating him had been no difficulty at all. No matter what she said, the sword enthusiast was now too weak to respond. He looked so wretched that he evoked disgust, bulging eyes, mouth agape, his appearance extremely ugly. He died looking as unattractive as Yi Chen, shocking everyone around. What? He's dead. The shocking news brought immense joy to the onlookers. Lu Lingchen witnessed this thoroughly satisfying scene, but still couldn't believe it and had to ask again for confirmation. Sect leader, have you really broken through to the spiritual cultivation realm? Lu Qingqing responded a bit shyly. That's right, thanks to the inheritance from Grandmaster. I have gained the strength I possess now. She had truly become the idol of Wang Xian sect. Everyone looked at her with eyes filled with admiration. That's great, sect leader. Everyone was overjoyed. But Lu Qingqing did not forget her primary mission. She had to eliminate the scoundrels who dared to slaughter her sect. Looking up at the subordinates still hovering in the sky, her eyes blazed with anger. Traitors, your senior brother is dead, still not coming down to face your doom. Tang Zong appeared amidst his subordinates, his entire being exuding the strong scent of someone who had just tasted failure. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Who is it?" Then, unable to contain his anger, he bellowed like a pig being slaughtered, "Who killed my disciple?" The plump, bald man with a large behind was none other than the senior elder of the Divine Sword sect. His cultivation had reached the half-step divine transformation realm. No wonder the subordinates around him looked as if they had found a lifeline when he appeared, their faces brightening. Ha! The Grand Senior Elder is here. Lu Lingchen, in just one day, had continuously encountered terrifying figures. Each new person was even more daunting than the last, leaving him pale with fear. He hurriedly stammered, "It's over, sect leader. This is the Grand Senior Elder of the Divine Sword sect, Tang Zong. Our old sect leader died at his hands. You must leave now." Lu Qingqing, riding on her momentum, became even more audacious. In front of the figure regarded as a big shot in the world, she showed no signs of fear. She stepped forward and boldly confronted Tang Zong. "Oh, so the one who killed my master is your old dog." Everyone around was astonished by her bravery. Both the sect leader and his subordinates could only look on in fear, hoping for her safety. Tang Zong looked at Lu Qingqing with contempt, a faint smile on his lips. The new sect leader of a small Wang Xian sect was actually able to break through to the spiritual cultivation realm? How ridiculous! You dare to kill my beloved disciple? Let's see what you can do. But Lu Qingqing had no intention of listening to these words. She bluntly interrupted, "Old dog, stop barking. 10,000 fires dividing the heaven technique." With her words, a small flame appeared, slowly flying towards Tang Zong. He glanced in confusion, his eyes filled with disdain. What is this? Just a moment later, that tiny flame suddenly erupted into a violent blaze, the terrifying heat burning away his outer clothing and skin. The scene was even more horrifying than the battle with the sword enthusiast before. The fierce fire was so intense that it seemed to turn heaven and earth upside down, the overwhelming heat causing fear in all who witnessed it. Tang Zong screamed in agony. He panicked, unable to believe it. What? A mere spiritual cultivation realm could unleash power on par with the divine transformation realm? Lu Qingqing remained calm as she controlled the flames, her expression showing no strain at all. She coldly stared at him, softly saying, "Tang, old dog, go down to the Yellow Springs and apologize to my master." At the moment she thought she had fully grasped victory, successfully controlling the notoriously ruthless Tang Zong. He suddenly curled his lip in a disdainful smile. "Ha, really?" With just a thrust of his sword, he shattered the flames, piercing through the stronghold that Lu Qingqing had painstakingly maintained. The situation was immediately reversed, and the initiative fell into his hands. Tang Zong aimed directly at her, launching a lethal strike. This turn of events was completely unexpected. Lu Qingqing gaped, unable to evade or even counterattack in time. She stood frozen in place, helpless. Tang Zong's blow struck directly at her, making her cry out in pain. Q. All of Lu Qingqing's strength faded away. She collapsed onto the icy ground. The members of the sect rushed forward in concern. Lu Lingchen shouted in panic, "Sect leader." Lu Qingqing lay motionless, her face contorted in agony. Tang Zong's expression gleamed with viciousness. Amidst mock laughter, he declared, "Ha ha, did you think fighting was just about throwing flames from afar to win? Your practical combat experience is still too weak. Did you think I only know how to use a long sword? Wrong, I also have the long spear. Not only that, it's the diamond rock spear, the unbeatable hard weapon." As he spoke, he boasted, his eyes filled with a sense of triumph. "You must know that the ultimate rigid heart-protecting armor of your former sect leader is based on breaking through its hardness. Qingqing was just counterattacked, and her power was gradually weakening. It was difficult for her to get back up." Looking at the man in front of her, she indeed had some reservations in her heart. Tang Zong held two weapons in his hands, piercing through the sacred flames, striding forward. He said, "Now all I need to do is use my sword aura to blow away your fire, and with the long spear to attack, you will be unable to do anything to me." Without hesitation, he aimed a powerful strike straight at Lu Qingqing. At this moment, Qingqing was heavily injured. With her current agility, even dodging would be difficult, not to mention counterattacking. She anxiously thought to herself, "It's over, I can't withstand this." Just relying on the drastic increase in cultivation still cannot make up for the gap in actual combat. "Grandmaster, disciple apologizes to you." At that moment, Xiao Black, who had been standing still, suddenly leaped forward. It charged straight into the center of the battlefield. One of its hands intercepted Tang Zong's strike, preventing him from advancing. In fact, he couldn't even pull the long spear back out. Tang Zong's entire arm trembled violently. Under that terrifying resistance, even the hardest thing would shatter into hundreds of thousands of pieces. The face of Xiao Black was filled with murderous intent. "Get out of my way," he shouted loudly. Tang Zong looked down at the long spear in his hand, now reduced to mere fragments. He stood frozen, his face dazed, stuttering and unable to voice his thoughts. Fear was clear in his eyes. Everyone around him was no better off. They were all stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Everyone cried out in unison, "What?" The ground and rocks around them were flying all over the place, dust swirling everywhere. Tang Zong, even standing far away, had to hurriedly step closer to get a better look. As he walked, he yelled loudly, his face flushed with anger. Who dared to destroy my ultimate treasure diamond rock spear? You audacious beast." But Black Child looked even more terrifying than he did. His eyes glowed red like blood, his hands continually cracking their knuckles. The sound of grinding teeth echoed chillingly. "Ha!" A cold voice spoke up. The old master didn't want to take action, but if the Grandmaster learns that I didn't protect her well, I fear it would be hard to explain. With every word from Xiao Black, his entire being radiated thick spiritual power. His body suddenly transformed, becoming larger and more ferocious. Lu Qingqing was so frightened by the scene that she was left speechless. She stared blankly, murmuring, "Xiao Black can talk. Why is he getting so big?" Tang Zong could not hide his horror either. He stared wide-eyed at the increasingly larger figure before him, his mouth agape, cold sweat pouring down his face. Before him, Xiao Black was no longer an ordinary human. He was Black Thunder Bull, a true Dao King realm being. He stood there, his muscles bulging, exuding a majestic presence. And the most terrifying part was that he wore a wicked smile, directly staring at Tang Zong. Tang Zong could only exclaim in horror, "Black Thunder Bull!" Lu Qingqing could not help but widen her eyes, shivering as she thought, "That's why Xiao Black looks so familiar. Isn't this the Black Thunder Bull that chased me for 3 days in the 9 deaths, 1 life realm?" Lu Lingchen was the one with the most exaggerated expression. His whole body was covered in injuries, yet he kept trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fixed intently on the scene before him, both delighted and worried. "Why is the Black Thunder Bull appearing here? Is it a rare great monster come to help us?" Tang Zong felt that the situation allowed no room for hesitation. Without saying a word, he immediately knelt down. He knew that if he delayed or made a mistake, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Tang Zong sobbed and whimpered, trembling as he pointed at his disciples, betraying them. Great sir, no, great monster father. Please don't eat me. I have disciples here, you can eat them instead. His action left everyone in stunned silence. The situation changed too quickly, faster than the change of heart of an ex-lover. Lu Lingchen stared wide-eyed in amazement, directly begging for mercy. That's really unexpected. The Black Thunder Bull seemed very pleased. It reached out to inspect the corpses lying on the ground, grinning with delight. Oh, so you know I like this? Quite sensible. Tang Zong displayed a sycophantic demeanor. Ha, great monster. If you like to eat, then feel free to eat. If that's not enough, I will bring the disciple behind to make it a buffet. Black Child, even after transforming into the Black Thunder Bull, still retained the deeply ingrained gluttony. Upon seeing the food, he perked up immediately. All right, I'll have a taste. Tang Zong secretly hid the sword behind his back. He burnt his lifespan, infused it with spiritual energy, and wore a cunning smile. If it's still not enough, he would suddenly strike, launching a deadly blow with an air of triumph. Then I'll kill you with just one move from the Dao King realm. Lu Qingcheng, witnessing the critical situation, quickly called out to warn Thunder Bull Sr. Lu Lingchen was also filled with anxiety. Be careful. Even as they both desperately warned him, the Black Thunder Bull remained lost in the joy of food, completely oblivious. Tang Zong was filled with confidence, sure of the victory in his grasp. Haha, it's too late. One must not underestimate deceit. This is a strike I've enhanced to the Dao King realm after burning my lifespan. He laughed triumphantly, thinking to himself, moreover, this thin little sword will become an assured point of attack that cannot be destroyed against its gigantic form. The sword drew closer to the Black Thunder Bull. Tang Zong's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He thought, even the Black Thunder Bull of the Dao King realm absolutely cannot withstand this blow. This is the culmination of many years of practical combat experience I've gained, the experience of certain victory. Tang Zong's plan was about to succeed. The tip of the sword, saturated with dense and powerful spiritual power, charged towards the vital point of the target. Nothing could stop it. At this moment, it was unclear whether it was the overpowering scent of the corpse or the foul thoughts of Tang Zong that were too sensitive, but Black Thunder Bull felt an itch in its nose. It let out a few sounds to catch its breath before sneezing with a rumbling force. The sneeze resonated like thunder, emitting from its two nostrils. Not only did it turn the sword to ashes, but the force of the sneeze also caused Tang Zong to drop dead. He barely had time to let out a piercing scream before being reduced to charred flesh. Ha ha! Tang Zong screamed, his body jolted to the point of billowing smoke, his clothes completely burned off. He died in a state of utter nakedness, looking rather ridiculous. Meanwhile, Black Thunder Bull remained unfazed, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Ugh, my nose itches too much, it muttered, completely oblivious to the fact that its earth-shattering sneeze had just saved its life. What's more, the sneeze had also eliminated one of the most powerful figures in the world. Both Lu Qingcheng and Lu Lingchen were in shock, their mouths agape as if wide enough to fit 3 meters. This shock was truly overwhelming for ordinary people like them. What the heck? The members of both sects were equally astonished. A mere sneeze had killed Tang Zong, and moreover he had died in a pristine condition. Black Thunder Bull furrowed its brow and angrily said, Sword enthusiast, your disciple is burnt. Just the smell is unbearable. I can't eat this. Can I eat you instead? Seeing no one respond, it turned around. Upon noticing all three were billowing smoke, Black Thunder Bull immediately grew furious and somewhat panicked. It shouted, Hey, why are you also burnt? Which dog did this? I've worked hard to get a snack. I'll have to kill him. Lu Lingchen and Lu Qingcheng stood below, their eyes wide in disbelief at what they were witnessing. He suddenly spoke up, enduring a fierce blow from a Dao King level, yet unharmed. Lu Qingcheng was startled, exclaiming, This defense is truly terrifying. Chim Xuan stood at a distance, observing everything through the spatial mirror, laughing heartily. Haha. Although Xiao Black is just a minor Dao King realm demon, among the same level, he's at the top. Xiao Black's defense can be said to be invincible. To break through his defense, one must either suppress him across levels or have a racial advantage. He leisurely continued, But the Wangxian sect, such a small place, how could they have anyone strong enough to defeat Xiao Black? As he spoke, Chen Zhuan silently thought, indeed, reading novels is quite exciting. Lu Qingcheng suddenly knelt down, crying as she said, I thought this was a gift from the Grandmaster to show his affection. Who knew it was actually a war beast? Lu Lingchen pointed at her, shouting, Sect leader, what's wrong? Are you injured? Everyone around gathered close. He thought to himself, it's not a physical injury, could it be a psychological trauma? At this moment, the group in the sky began to stir. Some people hurriedly turned back, shouting loudly, it's over. Senior Elder Tangzong is dead. Run quickly, help. Those below, seeing the crowd fleeing, joyfully cheered, fellow disciples. The life and death battle of the Wangxian sect, we have won. Ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Lingchen collapsed, his voice weak, cough cough. Thankfully the sect leader managed to save the sect in time. I can finally leave in peace now. Lu Qingcheng quickly turned back, worriedly shouting, Senior Elder Liu. She supported him, asking in panic, Senior Elder Liu, how are you? Black Thunder Bull immediately replied to her, this guy has burned through his entire lifespan, he must be dying soon. Hearing this, she asked back, what should we do? He frowned and answered, aren't you carrying Jade Spring Divine Soil? She was taken aback and responded, that's right. He continued, let him drink it. Upon hearing about the Jade Spring Divine Soil, the old man was so surprised that he was filled with burning rage. With a sad expression, he asked, Jade Spring Divine Soil, did the sect leader manage to obtain a drop from the Grandmaster? But since it has come to this, there's no need for it. Lu Lingchen gazed up at the clear sky, contentedly continuing the unfinished sentence. To hear the sect leader is willing to give such precious Jade Spring Divine Soil to me, this old man is already very satisfied. Now that I am approaching the Yellow Springs, that drop of Jade Spring Divine Soil should still be given to the young ones of Wangxian sect. Seeing that he seemed to be misunderstanding, she presented a full water pouch to him, and said, no, Senior Elder Liu, you've misunderstood. I have a lot of Jade Spring Divine Soil, you should drink it quickly. What just happened was so unexpected that he was taken aback, his eyes appeared ready to pop out. He thought to himself, what? A pouch of Jade Spring Divine Soil? He stammered in shock, oh my, how can there be so much Jade Spring Divine Soil? Oh dear, it's spilled. Water from the pouch splashed onto the ground, and he bent down, saying, oh dear, the sect leader is too wasteful. May I lick it off the ground? Seeing him about to lick it, Lu Qingcheng quickly intervened, no need, Senior Elder Liu. She explained, Jade Spring Divine Soil has a large lake at the Grandmaster's place. This lake is very big, you can drink as much as you want. If it's not enough, I still have some, ensuring there's enough for the whole sect to share. As she spoke, she thought of Chen Zhuan's gigantic lake. Black Thunder Bull next to her smirked and said, yes, look at that rustic appearance. He has never experienced the world. Hearing that, an image of the gigantic lake appeared in his mind, making him astonished. Jade Spring Divine Soil is a whole large lake. No way, absolutely impossible. He shouted loudly, questioning her. Sect leader, are you joking? I wouldn't dare dream of this. Or is the old man dead? Seeing that he did not believe, she performed a spell to prove it. Lu Qingcheng gently said, Lu Senior Elder is not lying to you. Look here, this is the great Sun Yang body that the Grandmaster casually gave to me. And this Black Thunder Bull Senior is just a small beast among the countless fierce beasts that the Grandmaster possesses. Black Thunder Bull beside them angrily retorted, hey, the old master is not small. Witnessing this scene, Lu Lingchen was even more astonished. His worldview officially collapsed. Something that the Grandmaster could casually give away was indeed the great Sun Yang body. A fierce beast like Black Thunder Bull was actually considered small. Without hesitating for a second, he immediately gulped down the entire cup of Jade Spring Divine Soil. After finishing, he asked, is there more? Is it enough? Lu Qingcheng happily replied, enough, no need to rush. Everyone around also started to drink. Some approached her and asked, Sect leader, what should we do next to deal with the Divine Sword sect? She said seriously, "Haha, if the Divine Sword sect wants to slaughter us, the traitors can come together to watch the excitement, then let's fight." Upon hearing this, everyone's fighting spirit surged, and they were all ready to battle. She shouted loudly, "Today we have the inheritance of the Grandmaster. We must eradicate the Divine Sword sect." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." An unbalanced battle officially broke out at the Divine Sword sect. On that day, the Divine Sword sect finally remembered the fear from 10 years ago, when it was dominated by Wang Qian's sect. The disciples of Divine Sword sect fled in panic, unable to withstand that kind of power. And humiliation of the past was repeating itself. Wang Qian's sect mercilessly slaughtered. Black Thunder Bull, with an evil grin, enjoyed watching the crowd flee in chaos. Lu Qicheng used the Great Sun Yang body, ruthlessly killing members of the Divine Sword sect without hesitation. The crowd was in disarray, and someone shouted, "Oh no, it's Black Thunder Bull and the Great Sun Yang body. Wang Qian's sect is rising again, everyone run quickly." Amidst the fleeing crowd, one person not only remained calm, but also angrily said, "What's all this noise? Why panic?" This person was none other than Nameless Sword. Seeing him, the fleeing crowd rejoiced. "Haha, sect leader! The sect leader has emerged. We hope the sect leader will save our sect." However, there were still some fearful people whispering to each other, "What are you thinking? Do you want the sect leader to go to his death?" The sect leader was seriously ill a month ago, and his strength has greatly diminished. Now Wang Qian's sect has divine weapon assisting them. The sect leader won't be able to stop them. Upon hearing this, the fleeing crowd knelt down, crying, "Sect leader, we implore you to escape with us." Nameless Sword smirked, his voice full of confidence. "Haha, do I need to do that?" The group exclaimed in astonishment, "Sect leader." The disciples looked at their sect leader, their eyes filled with worry. Behind him, the enemies were surrounding the sky with overwhelming power. One of them asked, "Sect leader, what should we do now?" Nameless Sword hovered in midair, gripping a sphere charged with immense magical energy. He coldly said, "Let them make their move. Even a small Wang Qian sect wouldn't dare to touch me. You all become my nourishment." Having said that, Nameless Sword forcefully threw the sphere in his hand, activating the soul-devouring pearl. The sphere instantly shone brightly, growing larger and larger, surrounded by dense arcs of electricity. The spiritual energy from the earth and all life around was being absorbed by this sphere, leaving nothing to escape. He opened the barrier, erecting a solid wall around the entire area. Inside, no one could escape, while outside, even the powerful Black Thunderbolt was stopped. This defying power made heaven and earth tremble, dust swirling around, thunder rumbling everywhere. At the same time, outside Divine Sword sect, Xiao Xiaoyu watched from a distance, her eyes unable to hide her astonishment at the horrifying power of this technique. She anxiously exclaimed, "Look, that's the soul-devouring pearl being activated." Xiao Longshu, upon hearing this, was startled and quickly said, "It's over. Are they really using the soul-devouring pearl to absorb power? We are too late." He seemed eager. "Right now, we have only found one national treasure. If the soul-devouring pearl is refined by them, the national master will surely punish us. Hurry up." Zhou Shouyu merely shrugged, appearing bored. "What a pity, what a pity." After saying that, the two of them immediately disappeared, merging into the void. At this moment, fear filled the Divine Sword sect. The disciples cried helplessly, continuously banging against the invisible barrier just erected, panicking incessantly. "What is happening? Why can't we get down the mountain? It seems like something is blocking us." However, more terrifying than being imprisoned was the feeling of their souls gradually separating from their bodies. One person cried out in pain, "My body, my soul feels like it's being torn apart." Bits of the soul were forcibly drawn from their bodies, flying toward a single direction. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, piled into heaps. The souls being extracted left behind pained groans. All the souls were absorbed by a gigantic sphere, causing it to grow larger and more powerful multiple times over. The Divine Sword sect suddenly transformed into a living hell with a chilling scene. The sky turned pitch black. bolts of furious lightning struck down at where the nameless sword was seated. However, the thunderous explosions could not drown out his maniacal laughter. He continuously broke through, from the peak of the divine transformation realm, to the first rank of the Dao King realm, and then onward to the second rank. He laughed loudly, his voice filled with pride and satisfaction. Ha ha! I have a feeling that this time I will shatter the chains that have bound me for 100,000 years. In the distance, Lu Qingcheng stood atop the Black Thunder Bull, her face full of worry. She turned to ask, "Senior, what is the situation over there?" Black Thunder Bull could only shake his head helplessly. "I don't know, but it seems someone is absorbing the souls of the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect." Hearing these words, she was incredibly surprised. "What?" At that moment, a voice echoed behind them, causing both to grow wary. "So it's you. No wonder the small Wang Xian sect dares to counterattack," Enchanting Demon said, her tone mocking. "So it turns out there is a mutant Black Thunder Bull in the legendary Great Sun Yang body." The aura from the opponent immediately made Black Thunder Bull break into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes. "The Black Aura, it's from the Demon Clan," Lu Qingcheng whispered, her expression unable to hide her astonishment. "What? Demon Clan?" Black Thunder Bull struggled to recall the terrifying memories from long ago. "That's right. The Demon Clan is adept at using Black Aura, very hard to kill. Moreover, they are inherently carnivorous, consuming humans and beasts to enhance their cultivation. But wasn't the Demon Clan exterminated by humans 100,000 years ago?" The terrifying Black Aura made even Black Thunder Bull wary. This indicated that the opponent was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Lu Qingcheng began to realize their current unfavorable situation. "Senior, they are very difficult to handle, right? Then I'll hold one back, and you quickly deal with the other. How about that?" Black Thunder Bull nodded in agreement. The two charged forward, attacking head-on. This was their last resort, and they could only gamble like this. Enchanting Demon, seeing their serious demeanor, burst into a delighted laugh. "Are you ready to make a move?" She pointed at Lu Qingcheng. "I'll choose this beautiful little sister." Demonic Power was also ready for battle, curling his lips in a cold smile. "Then I'll play with this bull." Enchanting Demon rushed straight towards Lu Qingcheng, her voice filled with desire. "Little sister, I want your body." Lu Qingcheng cautiously observed her opponent. If Black Thunder Bull had said the situation was dire, she had to give it her all. "Then I must prepare to unleash a killing blow." Flames erupted from her hands. The wings ignite, life burns like fire, death like ashes. Heaven is scorched and the flames tear apart, slashing the sky. 1,000-foot-long fire blade was formed, slashing straight at Enchanting Demon without hesitation. She was astonished by this blow. What? On this side, Demonic Power delivered a powerful punch to Black Thunder Bull's face, distorting one side of his countenance. Despite the punch being thrown from a tiny arm, its power was terrifying. The speed of Demonic Power was so fast that Black Thunder Bull couldn't dodge in time, forced to endure the painful strike. He fell to the ground, while the demonic energy next to him looked on with great delight. "Haha, weak, the bull is too weak. Bring him back to boss. Boss will definitely praise me, praise me." But before he could laugh for long, he was struck repeatedly in the face. Black Thunder Bull's hand suddenly transformed into a long tentacle, tightly coiling around him. "You are mistaken, little brother." Black Thunder Bull grinned slyly. "Old Master took this hit just to draw your attention." He pointed up at the swirling storm of thunder and lightning roaring in the sky. "Aren't you paying attention to that?" Immediately, a lightning bolt struck the demonic energy, causing him to flail in desperation. His entire body in pain, he could only scream in despair. Elsewhere, Enchanting Demon was also writhing in a sea of flames, squirming like a fish thrown into a frying pan. His entire body was burning, with painful screams echoing. "Ah!" At this moment, Black Thunder Bull's tentacle remained tightly wrapped around Demonic Power. Enchanting Demon was not faring any better as he was ruthlessly attacked by Lu Qingcheng, his clothes in tatters. Lu Qingcheng and Black Thunder Bull exchanged satisfied glances, both saying in unison, "We succeeded." However, before they could rejoice, Enchanting Demon suddenly rose again. He lay close to Lu Qingcheng's ear, chuckling softly. "Haha, is that so?" The laughter startled Lu Qingcheng. Before she could react, Enchanting Demon struck her from behind, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. In the blink of an eye, Enchanting Demon had transformed into the true form of the demon clan. His broad wings and long, characteristic horns became evident on his body. Lu Qingcheng exclaimed, "Spiritual cultivation realm can also unleash the strength of half-step divine transformation. So frightening." Enchanting Demon smirked, his eyes blazing red. "Unfortunately, you are not in the Dao King realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be your opponent." As soon as his words ended, he continued to attack. Lu Qingcheng was struck hard from behind, toppling to the ground. Hearing this, Lu Qingcheng exclaimed in surprise, "What? In the state where I have unleashed all my divine power, the imperial capital remains unscathed." Black Thunder Bull was also knocked down. She coughed softly, looking at her guardian monster that had been defeated and couldn't help but worry. She spoke up, "Senior, haha, you get me so pleasantly, can you strike again?" Suddenly, a demon clan member flew up, holding a tentacle, or rather, the arm of New Man, which he had just severed. The demon laughed loudly, showcasing his power. He was demonic power, a being who had reached Dao King realm. Black Thunder Bull lay flat on the ground, heavily injured. Seeing Lu Qingcheng approach, he could only sigh in frustration. "Damn it, they are all Demon Clan Dao King realm. I simply cannot injure them." He coughed violently. Lu Qingcheng heard this and looked at the wounds on New Man, astonished, silently thinking, "The defensive senior is so strong, yet he is still heavily injured." When noticing that their opponent was out of strength, Enchanting Demon urged his companions, "Demonic power, quickly handle this. If not, boss gets angry, it won't be good." Demonic power nodded in agreement. Two Demon Clan members rushed forward with a massive surge of purple energy. At that moment, Lu Qingcheng, disregarding everything, spread her arms to block in front of them, shouting loudly, "If you want to harm Senior, you must go through me first." Black Thunder Bull shouted in panic, "Kid, get out of the way." But Lu Qingcheng remained resolute. She tightly shut her eyes, fearfully thinking, "It's over, the demon clan is too strong. I'll definitely die here today." The two demon clan members were oblivious to the fact that right behind them, two figures darted forward. A blazing red force struck directly into demonic power's abdomen, sending him flying. Enchanting Demon was also pierced by a surge of power, falling helplessly to the ground. This scene astonished Lu Qingcheng and New Man. Enchanting Demon turned around, holding his belly and groaning, "Cough cough, it hurts so much." Lu Qingcheng anxiously asked, "What just happened?" New Man was equally astonished, murmuring, "Is there anyone who can inflict damage on the demon clan?" Two figures stood in front of demonic power, sneering, "Haha, is this scene of battle from some sect actively attacking the demon clan?" Demonic power, heavily injured to the point of being unable to stand, could only stare at them, growling, "You." The two who defeated the demon clan were Xiao Longshu and Xiao Xiaoyu, both of whom were experts at the Dao King realm. Looking at the demon clan, who had collapsed and could not rise again, Xiao Xiaoyu sneered softly, "In this poor spiritual energy forest, there are still people who dare to challenge the demon clan." Truly unaware of their own limits, Xiao Longshu nodded in agreement, "That's right." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng spoke up, "So have the two seniors saved us?" New Man, hearing this, reminded her, "It seems so. Don't you hurry to thank them." Listening to New Man, Lu Qingcheng quickly took out a jade bag and bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you very much for helping us, seniors. This kindness, our Wangxian sect will not know how to repay." Xiao Xiaoyu replied indifferently, not bothering to look at the jade bag, "Haha. There's no need for such mundane things to express thanks." Her words left Lu Qingcheng incredibly astonished. This was a type of extremely precious jade, something everyone would covet upon seeing. Yet this girl outright refused. Xiao Xiaoyu crossed her arms, coldly turning away, and added, "We did not come to save you, we only want to take back what is ours." Xiao Longshu reminded, remember this. The matters of the demon clan are not something that small sects in the mountains like yours can involve themselves in. Next time you face the demon clan, run as far away as possible. Did you understand? Lu Qingqing was somewhat dazed, then replied in a low voice, I understand. In her heart, she thought, these two seniors even disregard precious items like jade spring. They are truly good people, or they do not know how to appreciate valuable things. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the void. Himph. Giving you guys a little task and you can't even handle it. Truly a waste of effort. Everyone was startled and turned their heads. In front of them appeared a mysterious, eerie vortex that emitted a mysterious voice. Fortunately, I have refined the soul-devouring pearl. Now you will become a part of my power. Saying this, a force from the vortex shot straight down at the two defeated demon clan members. They screamed for mercy. Boss! No, don't. But it was too late. All their spiritual power was drained. Both the soul of the enchanting demon and the demonic power dissolved into the vortex before the horrified onlookers. The mysterious voice spoke again. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. From the vortex, a colossal sphere gradually formed, carrying an awe-inspiring power. A demon clan member with fierce red horns and white hair appeared. That voice just now belonged to him. He laughed loudly. Finally, I have reappeared in the human world. He is the primordial demon at the half-step Tao Emperor realm. His face is grotesque, and his pupils are merely streaks of deep red. New Man recognized this, exclaiming in horror, a half-step Tao Emperor realm demon clan. Sabi has been absorbing souls. Qingqing was also astonished. Isn't that nameless sword? How did he turn into a demon clan? On the other side, Xiao Yu sneered, so what if he's half-step Tao Emperor realm? With that, she and Xiao Longshu prepared to confront the primordial demon. The two of them dashed swiftly towards him, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind, just as they had taken down the two demon clan members before. Xiao Yu concentrated her power, her eyes glowing red, swinging her sword as a warning. You dare to steal our national treasure of the demon exterminators. Longshu followed suit, his gaze equally cold. Then you must die. Hearing this, New Man suddenly recalled something, muttering, Demon exterminator, I remember now. He turned to explain to Qingqing. The demon exterminators are those with the bloodline of the demon clan, born with the ability to contend against the demon clan. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, their ancestors made great contributions in fighting against the demon clan. Seeing Xiao Yu and Longshu battling, New Man confidently said, with them, we will undoubtedly win. However, before he could finish, both of them were easily tossed away by the primordial demon. He mocked, trash. Qingqing gasped in shock. What? Two seniors? New Man could not hide his panic either. No one expected that the power of the half-step Tao Emperor realm could overwhelm Xiao Yu and Longshu so easily. The two of them were violently thrown to the ground from the massive energy sphere created by the primordial demon. Xiao Yu struggled to get up, her body trembling, wondering, what kind of barrier is that? Longshu gritted his teeth, continuing, why isn't our attack able to break through him? The primordial demon shrank the energy sphere in his hand, his cold gaze looking at them. Looking down at the crowd that had lost all strength to fight back, he scoffed disdainfully. I knew that stealing the soul-devouring pearl would lead to a manhunt by your demon exterminators. But do you think I wouldn't be prepared? He raised the orb high, his eyes filled with pride. This was not an ordinary orb, but a treasure that had been refined into a magical artifact for protection, embodying the laws of heaven and earth. Its shield not only had the capability to bind enemies, but also served as a solid defense for himself. With this treasure, he was confident he would no longer fear any attacks. Xiao Yu quickly stood up, her face showing clear panic. This is bad. The laws of heaven and earth. He has reached a realm we cannot counter anymore. Longshu, hurry and get out of here. Longshu was not slow either, swiftly preparing to escape. But before running, he could not help but turn his head back, muttering curses. What bad luck, what bad luck, what bad luck. However, a half-step Dao Emperor realm expert would not easily let the two of them leave. He laughed coldly. "Wanna go?" Two demon exterminators at the Dao King realm, one divine body, one mutated black thunder bull, along with hundreds of disciples from Wang Xian sect. "Since you have brought so many big things here, you might as well stay and have a cup of tea with me first." As he spoke, he raised the powerful orb in his hand. The orb gradually swelled, emitting a dazzling light. Tendrils of power from the orb emerged, sharp as blades, attacking straight towards Jiao Yu and Long Shu. Jiao Long Shu spat out blood, crying out, "Oh no!" The surrounding villagers gradually knelt down, their bodies losing vitality. One person lamented, "My body is in so much pain." Then another groaned, "Ah, it hurts so much." Lu Qingcheng and Numa also struggled against this situation. Although their spiritual power had been drained, causing them agony, Qingcheng still worried for the villagers. She sighed, her face full of regret. "It's over, my disciples are all trapped. I acted on my own to lead the disciples of the entire sect to retaliate. Am I really going to die here today?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, not only from the pain, but also from the guilt of involving so many people. Inside the 9 Deaths, 1 Life realm, a group of monsters trembled, prostrating themselves. A voice from an old man rang out, laced with sarcasm. "Ha ha! Wasn't it said that 9 Deaths, 1 Life realm is teeming with ferocious beasts, and those who enter can hardly survive? So why are they all lying down when they see me?" The old man, leaning on his staff, slowly approached and continued. "I, the Jade Hall Venerable, have walked among humans for 1,000 years. Who doesn't know my reputation? Who hasn't heard of me? I just never expected that even in the 9 Deaths, 1 Life realm, I would be so renowned." His voice grew increasingly arrogant. "I am Wang Bai Yu, the Jade Hall Venerable, having reached the pinnacle of the Dao King realm." He spoke to himself, his expression full of self-satisfaction. "Surely, even if this is a place that instills fear in anyone who hears of it, in a little while, I too will become the strongest in this region." After saying this, he sang a line, as if to glorify himself. "Unmatched, how lonely it is." However, his self-satisfaction did not last long before a brilliant blue vortex suddenly appeared in the sky of this realm, shining directly down to the ground. Mr. Bai Yu was very astonished to see this. A gigantic hand descended from above, with Chen Zuan underneath it. Wen Bai Yu was startled and shouted out loud. He was panicked by what was happening in front of him. An old man with white hair and a pair of golden horns on his head seemed unable to stand firm. He knelt down hard on the ground, his body trembling, his brows furrowed. At this moment he could not utter a word. Only one question appeared in his mind. "Heaven, what is this?" Countless questions flooded his thoughts. Surrounded by numerous monster beasts, he wondered, "Why have I unconsciously knelt down like this?" Elsewhere in the sky, a strange radiant light of spiritual power suddenly appeared. Inside it was Chen Zuan, who was sitting on a floating boat in the vast sky. Chen Zuan asked, "System, I just picked up a sect. I want to greet the descendants of the sect. This surely doesn't count as taking action, right?" The system hesitantly replied, "No, it doesn't count." Hearing this, he opened his eyes. His eyes shone brilliantly like the radiant glow of a saint. In a melodic tone, he said, "All right then." Below, the sound of clashes between various auras continued to echo. Within the barrier, both sides had exhausted their strength. Those who still had enough energy to resist could be counted on one hand. Zhou Xiaoyu, her body now full of wounds, said, "I never expected that I, a demon exterminator, would soon die at the hands of the demon clan." Xiao Longshu, looking frustrated, shouted, "How unlucky, how unlucky, how unlucky." Lu Qingcheng could no longer keep herself standing. Dark lightning clung to her as she struggled to rise, her heart full of remorse. "Grandmaster, I'm sorry." She furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with sorrow. She called for Chen Zuan from the depths of her heart. "Grandmaster." Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, dividing the heavens, with bolts of lightning continuously striking down. A voice echoed from within the whirlwind. "Hi, my younger generation. Hello, everyone. Instantly, Lu Qingqing recognized that voice belonged to him. She looked toward the vast sky, unable to hide her surprise on her face. The two Xios also quickly turned their gaze. The primordial demon was taken aback and turned his head, looking up at the sky where the spatial vortex was occurring. A multicolored hand emerged from the center of that vortex, enveloped in glowing spiritual power. Within that arm, there was the silhouette of a tall man, none other than Chen Chuan. He waved his hand to greet everyone, saying, "It's been a long time since we met. I am your beloved Grandmaster Chen Chuan. Are you all living well?" Black Thunder Bull seemed unable to believe the words just heard. It hesitantly asked, "This is?" Qingqing immediately sat up, respectfully calling, "Grandmaster." Primordial Demon remained silent, slowly observing and evaluating Chen Chuan. This person did not need external objects to unleash the power of the laws of heaven and earth. He thought to himself, he is a Tao Emperor powerhouse. He felt furious, his heart ablaze, sensing the threat from the person before him. How can this be? This is a desolate land, where a Tao Emperor realm can be supreme. Why has a Tao Emperor appeared here? Moreover, this person even claims to be the Grandmaster of Wangxian sect. Before him stood a young man with an incredibly handsome appearance. Suddenly remembering his purpose, Chen Xuan immediately raised his finger, reminding the younger generation standing there. He spoke in a gentle tone. "Right, the Grandmaster came here simply to greet you all. It is absolutely not to save you." Hearing those words, Primordial Demon felt relieved. He thought to himself, that makes sense. A powerful figure at this level, even if they see the younger generation of their own being killed, will not intervene. Life and death are part of the laws of heaven and earth. Those powerful beings like him have long seen through life and death, and they do not care to interfere. Suddenly he raised his hand, a bright smile on his face. He announced to his younger generation, "Ah, right, at Grandmaster's place, it's trendy to greet by shaking hands. Therefore, Grandmaster will shake hands with everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, his large hand descended like a storm. Chen Xuan, unaware of the danger in his way of greeting, sweetly reminded, "Remember to shout the slogan while shaking hands with me." At this moment, the Primordial Demon was truly at a loss. He was terrified beyond measure, with a flurry of chaotic questions in his mind. "Wait, why is he coming towards me?" He gritted his teeth, anger boiling within. Why have I endured for thousands of years to seize the body of the sect leader of Divine Sword Sect? Why have I patiently accumulated for 100,000 years to refine the soul-devouring pearl? I've always acted modestly. Why must I encounter this kind of powerhouse? Does heaven intend for my demon clan to perish? No, I cannot die here. He yelled, "I must fight." Immediately, he summoned his strongest technique, activating the entire bloodline of the demon clan. The primordial demon unleashed a massive fire, deep red like blood. The flames gradually turned purple, enveloping his entire body. This was the ultimate opening move, tapping into the full power of the soul-devouring pearl, because even the Tao Emperor was merely a person after all. Despite the fact that even the Tao Emperor has weaknesses, it is not impossible to achieve victory. Power gradually gathered in his hands, forming a mysterious weapon. He silently reassured himself, activating the full heavenly sword battle oath. "After all, I am a true member of the demon clan," he muttered, "and I am just a half-step away from reaching Tao Emperor." At this moment, the primordial demon had evolved to its final high tier. With white hair, imposing devil horns, and a body enveloped in a massive amount of demonic energy, he had become the most complete and powerful form. In his hand was a long sword filled with dark energy, and his eyes were cold with lethal intent. Chen Xuan smirked, his gaze flashing with mischief. He loudly recited the mantra, "Ha, now is the time to end it." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to command the primordial demon sit peacefully. At maximum speed, his hand shot forward like a rocket towards his opponent. He stood there, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying danger he was about to face. His voice rang out with confidence and arrogance. "Ha, bring on the battle. Right now I am in a state of full prosperity, the pinnacle existence on this continent. Even if the heavens themselves came, they couldn't kill me. I am invincible. I won't keep primordial demon waiting. He struck a powerful slap as if the heavens had crashed down on the enemy's face, distorting the face of the primordial demon to such an extent that it appeared severely deformed and utterly unsightly. The impact caused one side of his face to swell up, his entire head flattened like a deflated ball. His mouth gaped open, teeth and lips in disarray, his tongue nearly falling out. The primordial demon was caught off guard, directly attacked by Chen Zhuan. With just one move, Chen Zhuan sent him flying thousands of miles away. As a result, continuous explosions erupted. The mountains and forests trembled, rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. The destructive power of a Tao emperor was indeed terrifying. The people of mysterious heaven, who had been in seclusion for 100,000 years, were left speechless, stunned by the scene. Their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with horror. The body of the primordial demon gradually faded into dust. He struggled to utter his final words. I am not willing. If anyone were to look back at the history of the Han continent from 100,000 years ago to investigate, they would find that just a few seconds later, the primordial demon had completely vanished from the world. His body had turned to ashes. On every page of history, people wrote down the phrase, the strongest mystical heavenly emperor. After the terrifying collision, a cloud of dust spread to where the younger generations were standing. They hurriedly covered their eyes to avoid the billowing dust. A choked sound echoed in the suffocating atmosphere. If you do not believe what history records about Chen Zhuan, take a look back at the legend of that year. By midnight, the sphere formed from the array began to swell. Thin, the sphere suddenly cracked open, shattering into hundreds of thousands of fragments. In every line of the record, you will discover that the history of the invincible mystical heavenly emperor actually only recorded two similar words. Chen Zhuan smiled, a smile of the savior. That was the moment he used a final move to annihilate the demon clan, a technique known as Hodon. After the tremor, a long and massive stone wall was formed. The dust had not settled, and the echoes of the battle still resonated. Not only etched into the natural landscape, but also deeply inscribed in the minds of those who witnessed it with their own eyes. Everything had unfolded exactly as Chen Zhuan desired. Chen Zhuan turned around, looking towards the younger generation, and said goodbye. All right, greetings done. I'm off now. Chen Zhuan stepped forward, his whole figure blending into the high layers of clouds. Before disappearing from sight, he managed to shout down, Next, you all must strive to study hard. Progress every day, okay? Grandmaster is leaving. Bye-bye. The two siblings of the Qiao family could not hide their astonishment. Xiao Yu, clutching her injured arm, stammered, who was that powerful person? Xiao Longshu immediately followed up. Even in our kingdom of vast moon, facing such a powerhouse is like facing a swarm of ants. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke the confusion in their hearts. Everyone, the person just now is the first grandmaster of our Wang Xian sect, from 100,000 years ago. Lu Qingqing immediately ordered the younger generations, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and respond to Grandmaster's greeting. The disciples quickly shouted in unison, Give me 5, give me 5, give me. Oh yeah, the Qiao siblings stood frozen in shock at the unfolding events before them. Xiao Longshu's face turned pale as he stammered. That formidable figure is the grandmaster of this third-rate sect. It's not just third-rate, it might even be a super-tier super sect. We must find a way to establish good relations with them. Xiao Yu replied, her voice trembling. That's true, but our attitude towards them previously was quite poor. The two siblings leaned in closer, whispering and discussing. Xiao Longshu suggested, How about we present a gift to make amends? Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. The two quickly devised a plan. She called out to Lu Qingqing from behind, her tone filled with respect. Senior. The Qiao siblings bowed their heads low, presenting their offerings to her. Xiao Longshu said, Although the soul-devouring pearl is lost, we still possess a national treasure known as the Map of Destiny. Xiao Yu added, We hope you will accept it as a token of gratitude for the Grandmaster's life-saving grace. In response to the change in their attitude and actions, Lu Qingqing could not hide her surprise. She hurriedly declined. The star map. That's a treasure map that records the location of the great power lost. It's too significant, I can't accept it. Being rejected, the two of them immediately became sullen, looking at each other as if they understood each other's thoughts. She must be looking down on us. They immediately knelt down, bowing their heads in supplication. Senior, if you do not accept it, we will stay here with you forever. That's right, we will keep bowing until you agree. Faced with their sincerity, Lu Qingqing reluctantly accepted. All right, I'll accept it. You two hurry up and stand up. Achieving their goal, the two of them happily bid farewell to Lu Qingqing, their faces unable to conceal their excitement. Great, Senior, then we're off. She gently smiled in response. All right, go ahead. Xiao Longshu still felt it was not enough. Before leaving, he suggested, before we go, how about we do it one more time? She connected his sincerity and quickly waved her hand. Ah, it's really not necessary. After they left, she breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the young disciples, and smiled faintly. Lu Qingqing said, the Grandmaster said to let me decide, yet in the end I still couldn't hold back and took action. On the craggy cliff where the Divine Sword sect once stood, there was now only a desolate scene. The marks left on the battlefield were enough for anyone, even the most foolish, to imagine the brutality of the battle that had just occurred. Receiving help from Chen Xuan, Lu Qingqing self-deluded herself. The Grandmaster truly loves me to death. To the extent that the author also wanted to knock some sense into Lu Qingqing, saying, no, you are simply overthinking it. Lu Qingqing was as happy as a festival. She danced and said loudly, all right, disciples. Today, the battle with the Divine Sword sect, Wangxian sect, we have won. From now on, we must not let down Grandmaster's expectations. We must strive to cultivate diligently. The disciples all raised their fists, expressing their determination. In another place, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, surrounded by fierce thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a stream of purple energy surged from the center of the vortex, straight down to the ground. Powerful bolts of lightning struck down, shattering the surrounding rocks. A colossal force from the vortex plunged directly into the lake. The scene became horrifying. System announcement: successfully assisted Lu Qingqing in resolving the sex crisis, rewarding the owner with 10,000 years of cultivation power. Chen Xuan, Dao King Realm, 3rd grade. The turbulent waters flowed around him. The sparkling light from the river created a majestic scene. He replied to the system. If the first trial has been completed, then where is the next mission? The system responded. The next mission is related to the one who just broke into the 9 deaths, 1 life realm. Please find the clues to open the next trial on your own master. In front of the system screen, an image appeared of an old man with white hair and a pair of strange golden horns. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, so this time you want me to find the clues myself? He looked at the system panel, smiling faintly. I really look forward to the participant this time. I hope they can be as generous and charismatic as my Grandmaster. Amidst the vast mountains, the undulating slopes blended with the winding river. Birds soared in the fantastical purple sky, creating a scene that was both peaceful and mysterious. At the same time, in the eastern region of the Hongmeng continent, for some unknown reason, 3 dazzling golden chains fell down chaotically. On the fighting table, 3 third-rate sects were placed carelessly. Hao Ran stared in shock. Hey, is this for real? A dining hall this big and there are only 3 third-rate sects. He angrily pointed at the deformed, hideous third-rate sects that were an affront to the eye. Is there anyone who treats the head of the household of the Chen family like this right now? 100,000 years ago, even my dog wouldn't have eaten this. The group of young people at the next table hadn't even noticed him. One person in the group looked at him with disdain and said, Chen Hao Ran, how dare you speak up when you're at the bottom of the academy? Another one chimed in, the talents of our Bailu Academy have always been categorized from the top tier. You having spiritual reality is already a blessing from the academy. Besides, this spiritual reality is specially tailored to encourage people ranked at the bottom like you. At this point, all four of them wore vile and shameless expressions. One person sneered, "If you're not going to eat it, then you might as well feed it to the pigs." His expression darkened, arms crossed, showing contempt. "Enf, you think you're humiliating anyone? Just this cheap spiritual reality, Dan." He held 3 pieces of pear cake, turned around, and didn't forget to throw back a comment. "Of course I want it." His actions infuriated the young people behind him to the point they couldn't swallow their food. He turned back, sticking out his tongue. Not taking advantage of a good deal is truly foolish. The crowd behind was indeed intimidated by his uniqueness, and one person angrily remarked, "Cough, he actually took this embarrassing stuff. Truly shameless." At that moment, a girl with delicate feet approached him, her voice gentle. "No, you cannot eat this." In front of him was Chen Tai-ir, with a figure that was breathtaking. Chen Haoran looked at her, bewildered, and asked, "Who is that? Why did you say it was for me if you're not going to let me eat it now?" She presented him with a fragrant honey-glazed chicken leg. Chen Tai-ir looked at Haoran with a warm expression, gently saying, "Eat my food, brother. This is for you." She flashed a smile that was heartwarming and full of love, then added, "Tai-ir is not hungry." The group of young men behind them broke into loud laughter, not forgetting to throw in a few mocking remarks. "Haha, is this not Chen Tai-ir, the one ranked first in our academy? Now her brother has to rely on his adopted sister. How disgraceful." Haoran's face darkened at their words, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes filled with anger. Yi Wu, with an arrogant demeanor, waved his fan in front of his chest, smirking slyly. "So what now? The one who stands first in the academy is now giving spiritual reality to the one at the bottom of the rankings. Isn't that like the host eating porridge while the guest enjoys a lavish meal? Chen Haoran, who do you think you are? What about the law?" Yi Wu was the second strongest in Bai Lu Academy. Seeing Haoran's helplessness, he continued to pour on the insults. "Useless pig, why did you hurry up and return the spiritual reality to Tai-ir?" The crowd erupted in laughter, joining in the ridicule. "Haha, that's right. Both Chen Haoran and Chen Tai-ir received guidance from the great senior master, yet this is the result. The younger sister stands at the top of the academy, while the older brother stands at the bottom. A loser like you doesn't deserve to eat that. It's a waste." The insults grew harsher, making the atmosphere even heavier. Chen Haoran did not want to explain. He simply turned and walked away. Chen Tai-ir awkwardly looked after him and then called out, "Brother, are you just going to leave without looking back?" Chen Haoran coldly replied, "Little sister, you can eat by yourself, I'm not hungry." At that moment, Yi Wu raised his fan to block his path. He thought to himself, indeed, being kind only brings trouble. "I'm so fed up with these people." Yi Wu began speaking again without pause. "Ah, what a waste. You, as the head of the household of the Chen family, aren't you going to lead your family to submit to the academy? Look, my Yi family submits to the academy, and look how rich in resources we are. My sister ranked first, and she only needs to eat a small spiritual leg. And here you are, treating your sister like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" As he spoke, he spread his arms wide to show off. This ridiculous attitude made everyone around burst into laughter. But for Chen Haoran, the tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. Hearing this, Yi Wu could no longer hold back and pulled out his sword. Chen Haoran immediately stopped him. "Little sister, do not strike. We are a big family. We must use gentlemanly ways to resolve disputes." These words made Yi Wu laugh maniacally. "Haha. Everyone, look at him. Opening his mouth is all about being a big family. Closing it is still the same big family. Does he think his Chen family is still like it was 100,000 years ago?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Haha, what a heavy delusion. The medicine just can't stop now." Those humiliating words truly touched Chen Haoran's limits. He could endure when he was insulted himself, but once his family and loved ones were touched, he would not forgive. He coldly retorted, "Himph, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor family. If you insult my family, don't blame me for inviting you to taste a proper beating." This tone only made Yi Wu more gleeful. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, you have quite the mouth on you. Young Master Chen, what do you want to invite me to eat in the way of a gentleman? In the blink of an eye, Chen charged forward, whined at his back. In his hand, he held a few chunks of golden excrement, shoving them straight into Yi Wu's face with a gleeful smile. Old master, I invite you to eat shit. Yi Wu screamed in rage. His teeth and lips were a mess. His face changed color. The taste was truly horrific, forcing him to let out a difficult groan. The people standing around, who had been bullying Yi Wu, immediately panicked and were clueless about what had just happened. A few of them covered their noses, trying to avoid the nauseating stench rising from the chaos. This Li fellow has a bit of spiritual energy, one person commented, but the stench is no different than dung. How dare he call this pure cake? Upon hearing this, many people around snorted in disdain, showing their disgust. They shook their heads and walked away, criticizing Yi Wu for bringing shame upon himself. King standing nearby, looked at her brother with concern. Chen Haoran was now wearing a sinister smile, his expression dark. "Hif," he said, "who plays gentlemanly games with you uncouth people? Do you not know that warfare is not to be taken lightly? Yi Wu, I acknowledge your spiritual reality." After saying this, Chen calmly collected all of Yi Wu's resources and then shrugged, sneering, Let's get out of here." Yi Wu was so furious that his face turned red. He retched, coughing and seething with anger. The people around could only exclaim, "Oh my, Chen Haoran is truly a hypocritical gentleman. Not only does he deceive others, but he even steals the spiritual reality." At that moment, Chen Haoran was sitting in front of a stone statue, busy packing up all the spoils. His face was beaming as he looked at the pile of spiritual reality he had just gathered. "I'll bring this pile back to my sister later," he thought to himself. King Er's cultivation will surely rise again. But then his gaze suddenly drifted far away and he sighed. I never expected that as a member of the esteemed Tran family, I would end up in a situation of tricking and cheating like this. He recalled the glorious past of his family. In the old days, Wang Sr. had roamed the world, concentrating spiritual energy around a radius of thousands of miles to establish the Bai Lu Academy. Chen Haoran looked up at the statue of Mr. Wang with a majestic expression, then continued, "The main purpose is for everyone to be able to cultivate, to create blessings for all beings." His gaze shifted to the statue of the new director, which was twice as large and dominated the spotlight. Chen Haoran couldn't help but sigh. However, he remembered what happened a decade ago when the old director left, and the academy was completely bought out by the new director. From then on, any clan that wanted cultivation resources had to sign an agreement and become part of the academy. Thinking of this, he frowned and complained. What does it even mean for the new generation of clans to become part of the academy? Isn't it like the clan will lose its esteemed reputation? He unintentionally looked at the sign engraved on the base of the statue, which clearly stated, "Cultivation Civilization, strictly prohibit random urination." But for some reason, Chen Haoran poured water right onto the base of the statue, as if to express his attitude. He secretly thought, "This is why I refuse to submit. That is why my sister and I are targeted by the academy, forced to accept the worst resources. It's such a pity for my sister's talent." The memories brought him back to his childhood days. At that time, Chen Haoran bravely showcased his talent. He had once said confidently, "Watch me discharge electricity." But in just a moment, the amount of electricity he produced was negligible. The surrounding children broke into laughter and mocked him. "Haha, you can only discharge for 1 second. What a waste." Recalling that incident, Haoran told himself, "Narrow innate meridians, uselessly absorbing energy, made me a waste in their eyes." He sadly slung his backpack over his shoulder and sighed. If Mr. Wang could be like 10 years ago, helping the Chen clan once again, that would be wonderful. But with his temperament, he is probably wandering somewhere, creating new legends. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Haoran pulled out the business card in his hand, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. He told himself, if the Grandmaster is still alive, perhaps he would be like Mr. Wang, causing a stir in the world. Looking at the business card Commander Chen left by Chen Xuan, it features a photo of a haggard man, his messy hair, accompanied by specific information, name Chen Xuan, gender male, ethnicity nation's dwelling, date of birth April 1, 2000, address no. 250 Ti Bao Wang, seeking the two immortals' hall to flourish. Hao Ran glanced over and said, "It would be so good if that were the case." On the other side, Chen Xuan sat majestically on his throne, his sharp gaze looking down, questioning, "How dare you invade my 9 deaths, 1 life realm? What do you think should be done with you?" Wang Baiyu, brought here forcibly, still defiantly retorted, "Himph, deal with me? You are the one floating above, aren't you?" At that moment, a strange green light suddenly erupted around Wang Baiyu. His eyes became emotionless, his aura surged, radiating a powerful might. Without panic or arrogance, he spoke, "Chen Xuan, I dominate the world, standing as an upright man. If I have intruded upon your territory, it seems you have misunderstood." Kim Xuan was momentarily astonished. Normally, upon hearing someone self-proclaiming an invasion of his territory, he should be furious. But in the face of Wang Baiyu's sudden change of attitude, he could only be dumbfounded. Wang Baiyu, who had just been so defiant, now suddenly knelt down, his face seemingly on the verge of tears. "My lord, it is truly a misunderstanding. I did not know this was your forbidden area before. It was only because my lifespan is nearing its end. I wanted to find a place to rest after death. I did not intend to intrude at all." His trembling words, as if filled with utmost fear, conveyed a deep sense of dread. Chen Xuan laughed and said, "Oh, not very careful, huh? Then let me ask you something." Hearing that, Mr. Wang immediately knelt down, bowed his head repeatedly, and then looked up to respond, "You may ask, what do you want to know? I will certainly answer." Qin Xuan rested his chin on his hand, speaking gently, "Have you recently encountered any young juniors? For example, from the decaying sect forces or the Chen family?" Wang Baiyu was surprised. "The Chen family?" He quickly continued, "Oh right, 10 years ago I did see 2 promising juniors from the Chen family in the eastern part of the Han continent. I also helped guide them a few times." Kim Xuan frowned. "Oh, they progressed very quickly?" He opened the system to examine. Thinking about the prospect of his descendants having outstanding talent, he secretly wondered, could they be the juniors I need to help? Could it be that foolish kid I met before? Wang Baiyu continued to narrate. Among the 2, one showed exceptional talent. With just a little guidance, he progressed rapidly. But the other one, named Chen Hao Ran, possessed a primordial lightning radiance body. He sighed and added, "That kid was born with very narrow meridians. Even though I did my best to guide him, he is still just a useless waste." King Xuan replied upon hearing this, "Oh dear, truly a pity. The Thunderlight body is indeed so useless." At the same time, a line of text appeared in the system, causing Chen Xuan to fall silent, not saying anything further. Unaware that the person before him was Chen Xuan, Wang Sr. continued to comment, "Moreover, I have roamed the world for 1,000 years, and found that the females of the Chen family seem to be quite good, but the sons of the Chen family, really don't amount to much." These words struck Chen Xuan like a bolt from the blue. He stiffened, feeling as if those words were hinting at him. Immediately after, a swirling vortex of power appeared behind him, quietly surging. Chen Xuan angrily stood up and questioned, "Are your words all true?" From the swirling power, a gigantic fist shot straight out. Seeing the fist getting closer, Wang Baiyu hurriedly cried out, "Haha, great power, spare my life. Everything I said is true. If I dare to deceive you, my uncle will be charged more for vegetables, and my grandfather will suffer a stroke while drinking." Unexpectedly, the fist opened up, revealing a strange lump of dung. The hand grasped the dung, as if preparing to smash it down. Kim Xuan leaned sideways and said, "Hey old man, what are you doing? My surname is Chen. I want you to guide my descendants. I just want to invite you to eat up here. There is no need to be so aggressive." Wang Baiyu knelt on the ground, both confused and angry. In his heart, he thought, this person says he wants to invite me to eat up here. Good heavens, I clearly see that he wants to eliminate me. Then he bitterly laughed at himself. Who invites someone to eat a pear? Isn't that humiliating me? But anyway, at this point, I have to accept it. Saying that, he took the pear and took a bite. But as soon as he bit down, tears streamed down his face, and he silently lamented, so humiliating. But you have to endure. After all, this person is so much stronger than me. However, his expression immediately changed. From a state of watery eyes, his eyes widened, shining like stars, and even two small hearts appeared within them. Wang Baiyu's whole body emitted a dazzling golden light. He exclaimed, "Wait, this golden light, this feeling, this is not an ordinary pear." His body immediately became incredibly comfortable. He joyfully shouted, "This is clearly the sacred medicine I have been searching for tirelessly for 1,000 years." The fruit that he had just eaten was the jinchabango. It is said that one jinchabango can extend one's lifespan by up to 1,000 years. He gazed silently at the glowing fruit on the table, thinking to himself, "My lifespan is about to run out. I have searched for 1,000 years and still have not found a single one." This powerful being sighed, feeling regretful as he thought. Beside him, Baiyu was greedily devouring the jinchabango, pretending to cry as he ate. "Hoo-hoo, great one. I only pointed out your descendants by chance. You don't need to pay such a high price to thank me. I really feel awkward eating this." Chen Xuan looked at him helplessly and replied, "You've already eaten the seeds and you still say you feel awkward eating." He continued, "It's fine, I have plenty of these. If you don't eat them, they will spoil anyway." As he spoke, he picked his nose and pointed towards several stacks of jinchabango piled up behind him. "If you're willing to be my subordinate, you can eat as much as you want in the future." Baiyu was astonished, his eyes wide open, and he shouted, "You call this stuff? And you have so many of them." After saying that, he quickly ran over to hug Chen Zhuan's legs, tears and snot all over him. "Hoo-hoo, thank you, great one. I am willing to be your subordinate. No, I am willing to be your son. I will devote my whole life to serving you." Chen Zhuan was terrified by the sudden change and quickly said, "Hey, being a subordinate is fine, but get the hell away from me with this son thing." He sighed, a resigned expression on his face. "Himph, if it weren't for the system's rules preventing me from acting directly, I would definitely not take this old, ugly man as a little brother. But fine, I still need someone to run errands for me." The scene shifted to the ruined courtyard of the Chen family. Chen Hao Ran called loudly, "Hey little sister, I'm back. I left the best of the spiritual realities for you." As he spoke, he spun the red wig in his hand, proudly showcasing his accomplishments. He said, "Today, while Dean Bai Dong Ran was sleeping, I secretly stole his wig. After waking up, he didn't notice and went around, making me laugh until I nearly died." Unexpectedly, as the story was getting exciting, he suddenly fell silent. Standing in the courtyard was Dean Bai Dong Ran, with his red hair and shiny bald forehead, staring at him with a not-so-friendly gaze. He suppressed his anger, took out a mirror, looked at his empty forehead, and then could no longer endure. An old servant, seeing the tense situation, hurriedly ran to Chen Hao Ran, snatched the wig, and said, "Oh my God, young master. Hurry and return the wig to the dean." The servant trembled and whispered, "Quick, give it to me so I can put the wig back on for the dean." Chen Hao Ran, at that moment, finally came to his senses, pointed directly at Bai Dong Ran, and shouted, "Bald old man, Dean, what are you doing here again? I've told you countless times, our Chen family will not submit to your academy." Bai Dong Ran calmly adjusted his wig and coldly replied, "Himph, do you think I came here just to force your family to submit? This time I came here for Chen Tai Er." That statement struck Chen Hao Ran like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. Behind the dean, Chen Tai Er bowed his head and softly said, "Brother, I'm sorry." Bai Dong Ran pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve and smiled with hidden meaning. Just now Chen Tai Er voluntarily signed the agreement. If you can win against the other challenging forces in the academy competition, 10 days from now, then everything may change. Her eyes reddened, but she remained silent, not rebutting his words, letting him continue. "That you'll be the one from the academy." Chen Hao ran, darkened his face and asked, "You mean my sister?" He had not finished speaking when the man interrupted, "Haha, don't be quick to blame her. I promised Chen Tai that as long as it's just her, your Chen family won't need to become a force of the academy, but can still obtain abundant resources." Bai Dongran secretly laughed. Chen Tai was once guided by Bai Yu. She possesses the qualities of his successor. Besides, who in this world doesn't respect Senior Bai Yu? If we use the title of his successor to expand our territory, we will definitely gain considerable benefits. Thinking of that, he smiled cruelly and looked at Chen Hao Ran. Hao Ran, you see, sacrificing one woman in exchange for happiness for the entire family, isn't that a very profitable deal? Wait for Chen Tai to pass the Academy Challenge 10 days from now. Your family will gain a large amount of resources. Chen Hao Ran did not respond, just rushed past Bai Dongran, ignoring him as he continued to babble behind. Chen Hao Ran, your sister wanted to obtain resources for a useless person like you? Don't be ungrateful. That statement made Chen Hao Ran furious, his face darkened. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. Seeing her brother's unstable demeanor, Chen Tai quickly spoke. "Brother, what the dean said was just in anger. Don't take it to heart, it's my fault to you." But Chen Hao Ran yelled, interrupting her, "No, he is right." Anger enveloped him, and Chen Hao Ran furrowed his brows. He blamed himself. "My sister has sacrificed herself for the benefit of the family. Yet I, due to the ridiculous pride of the clan, refused to bow my head, pushing her to this point." He spoke with deep remorse. "I have wronged you." After saying that, he turned and ran off, but didn't forget to remind her, "I left some spiritual reality for you. Eat it first." Chen Tai watched his departing figure. Unsure of what to do, she could only call softly, "Brother." Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the sky, from which countless lightning bolts struck the statue of Bai Yu. On the altar sat a fragrant roasted pig, surrounded by a variety of dishes and fruits. In the center of the altar was a small card. Chen Hao Ran reverently clasped his hands before his chest and prayed, "Grandmaster, you once said that if the family faces danger, we can seek your aid. The unfilial descendant has caused the family to decline, and my sister is about to lose her life. I hope you, like Elder Wang who came to our aid in the past, will help us this time." Amidst the green lightning, a voice echoed from the system. "Ding! The second trial to the next continent has been opened." An image of Chen Hao Ran standing before the statue of Bai Yu appeared. The system displayed a notification. Objective: help the descendant Chen Hao Ran revive the clan. Condition: the master cannot directly intervene and must let the descendant complete it on their own. Chen Xuan chuckled secretly. "Ha, Mr. Wang, your first task has arrived." Chen Hao Ran pleaded, "Grandmaster, please help me." He clasped his hands, closed his eyes tightly, and made a vow. "If you help me, I will offer you tributes every day from now on. Whatever you wish to eat, just let me know in a dream. I will definitely invite you to dine in my dreams." The token placed on the altar suddenly shimmered brightly. The token displayed information. Chen Xuan, male, nation's dwelling ethnicity, born on January 1, 2000, residing at No. 250. Qi Bao Wang, seeking the two immortals' hall to flourish. The light emanating from the token was so dazzling that Chen Hao Ran had to cover his eyes with his hands to see. When he could see clearly, he noticed countless twinkling rays of light radiating from the token. His eyes lit up joyfully as he wondered, could it be that the Grandmaster is manifesting? Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with incredible force, hitting Chen Hao Ran directly. He screamed in pain. A voice echoed, "No, it's just a lightning strike. Don't stay outside when it's raining." At that moment, Chen Hao Ran, struck by lightning, had his hair standing up like burnt noodles, with black smoke billowing around him. He angrily thought, "Oh my, isn't it said that encountering danger would lead to finding someone useful? Why is it striking me with lightning like this?" He furiously cursed, "Damn it! The Grandmaster is not taking responsibility. Are you messing with me?" With a roasted leg in his mouth, he was loosening his belt with one hand. He shouted loudly, Old master, I'm going to greedily eat your tribute in secret, and then wake you up. Immediately afterward, a stream of wastewater suddenly spurted out from Chen Hao Ran. While he was tilting his head back, the stream unexpectedly transformed into a ring of golden light, carrying with it Mr. Bai Yu, who was kneeling and banging his head below. Yes, your humble servant will surely welcome the descendant here, Bai Yu said respectfully, but accidentally caught the entire stream of water. The strange sensation left him astonished. He reached up to touch his head and muttered, "Oh dear, where did I teleport to? Why is it suddenly raining?" Chen Hao Ran looked down, catching the puzzled gaze of Mr. Bai Yu. He was so stunned that he couldn't utter a word, his face full of questions. Bai Yu looked up, and as soon as he realized what the rain he had just caught was, he became furious. Chen Hao Ran panicked, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. He stammered, "Oh my! Are you Mr. Bai Yu Sr.?" Bai Yu was furious, shouting, "It's you, little brat." Despite his anger, he tried to restrain himself, wiping his forehead with a cloth while grinding his teeth. "Very well, you are the descendant of Grandmaster Chen Xuan, aren't you?" Chen Hao Ran immediately hugged Bai Yu's legs tightly, weeping like a child, both happy and scared. "Wang Elder, you came back to manage the academy, right? I never expected the Grandmaster would truly manifest." His heart was filled with emotion, but Bai Yu coldly squeezed his shoulder, replying sternly, "No, I am no longer concerned with the matters of the academy." The statement left Chen Hao Ran with wide eyes in shock. But before he could ask further, Bai Yu used his energy, lifting him like a balloon and tossing him away. He added, "I am here to take you to meet the Grandmaster." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu shot off at lightning speed, pulling Chen Hao Ran along as they soared through the air like a rocket. The wind disfigured Chen Hao Ran's face, tears and snot flying everywhere as he shouted in panic, "Avani, is this how we go?" Chen Hao Ran complained, "Bai Yu is really stingy." The one being criticized, Bai Yu, was infuriated. The next day, the two stood in front of the 9 deaths, 1 life realm. Bai Yu pointed ahead and said, "There it is, your Grandmaster is right there." Chen Hao Ran weakly replied, "Okay, okay." After steadying his mind, he looked up to observe. The scene before him left him in shock. "Wow, Grandmaster lives here?" he asked, seemingly incredulous. In his heart, Chen Hao Ran thought, "Is this the palace of Bai Yu Sr.? It's so huge." Bai Yu continued pointing forward, "Yes, your Grandmaster is over there." Chen Hao Ran stood behind, feeling excited, exclaiming, "I can't believe Grandmaster is still alive. I could still become a disciple of Wang Elder. Grandmaster is so talented." However, as he stepped inside, the sight that greeted him caused Chen Hao Ran's inner world to completely collapse. Chen Xuan, the one referred to as Grandmaster, was lying in a massive pile of garbage. His hair and beard were a tangled mess, and he looked disheveled. His mouth was wide open as he slept soundly, drooling and snoring loudly like thunder. Chen Hao Ran couldn't believe his eyes, questioning in his heart, "Oh my God, is this really the Grandmaster of our Chen family? Living in a pile of trash, could it be he's just guarding the door for Wang Elder? How does he have no status at all?" His gaze fell upon the enormous pile of garbage behind Chen Juan. Flies swarmed, adding to the unbearable atmosphere. Suddenly, from within the trash, a bird poked its head out and stared fiercely at Chen Hao Ran. Its red eyes were filled with anger. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Hao Ran couldn't help but feel terrified. "Oh my, is that the great monster, the Dark Phoenix from legend?" Chen Hao Ran was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Oh no, how could the Grandmaster dare to sleep on top of it? Thankfully, Elder Wang is here." His train of thought was interrupted as he shouted loudly, "Oh no, my Grandmaster is about to be killed. Elder Wang, hurry and kill that bird." Suddenly Bai Yu knelt down on the ground. Chen Hao Ran stood there in a daze, feeling confused about life, looking at him with bewilderment. "Oh my, Senior, why are you kneeling?" He secretly speculated, could it be that Elder Wang is frightened too? Chen Hao Ran stepped forward, intending to help Bai Yu get up, but he hesitantly said, "Master, please rise." The dark phoenix also bowed its head, speaking in a gentle voice. Xiao Wang, I have helped lead the younger generation here. Qin Swan, the one revered by everyone, remained as lazy as usual. He lay there propped up on his hand and didn't bother to wake up, continuing to sleep. Bai Yu immediately chimed in, Indeed, your humble servant may not disgrace your command. At this moment, Chen Hao Ran's mind was filled with question marks. He thought over and over again, what is Elder Wang doing? Why is he kneeling before my grandmaster? He looked up at the dark phoenix, still not believing his eyes. That bird can talk. Why does everyone call the grandmaster master? Could it be? Qin Swan finally woke up. He blinked, smiled, and said, All right, you all can withdraw for now. Immediately, both the dark phoenix and Bai Yu bowed their heads respectfully, speaking in unison, Yes, master. Chen Hao Ran was stunned, as if shocked into a daze. He exclaimed, Oh my, the grandmaster really is their master. Suddenly from behind, something flew by at lightning speed. Chen Hao Ran was still in a daze, stammering, No, is the grandmaster really the master of Elder Wang and the dark phoenix? Is this real, or am I dreaming? It turns out to be Lu Qingcheng. Holding a cow in her arms, she soared through the air, cheerfully calling out, Grandmaster, Xiao Lu has come to visit you. Lu Qingcheng paid no attention to Chen Hao Ran, who was standing right in front of her, and immediately flew straight to Chen Tuan. She collided with him with a loud bang, leaving him dizzy and spitting blood. She practically launched herself at Chen Xuan, pressing her ample figure against his face. Happily, she said, Thank you to your friend, the divine body of the imperial capital and Black Senior, for helping the sect get through a difficult time. Now thanks to you, my sect is being rebuilt. Chen Xuan was caught off guard by her sudden advance but remained calm. He gently replied, This facial cleanser has a bit of a smell. Then he let out a sigh of relief and instructed, Phew, little Xiao Lu, I still have a lot of work to do. You go cook first. Lu Qingcheng obediently nodded in agreement, Got it? Chen Hao Ran, standing nearby, watched the scene in disbelief. Oh my, am I seeing things? This woman has an astonishingly pure aura, and even has a mutated black thunder bowl. She claims all of this is thanks to the Grandmaster. In Chen Hao Ran's mind, a dreamlike vision began to form about receiving similar gifts. How generous could the ancestor be? If someone like her receives such favor, can it be that I, a relative of the Chen family, won't ascend to greatness? The more Chen Hao Ran thought, the more he fantasized. Suddenly he raised his hand to the sky, and then bowed in a solemn gesture toward Chen Xuan, though his face still revealed a greedy expression. Grandmaster above, I humbly bow my head to you once. Chen Hao Ran placed his hand on his chest, and respectfully said, Indeed, because my family is in decline and facing grave danger, I sought you out. In my heart, I thought that as long as you casually grant me a royal-level beast, all my problems would be solved. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with joy, and he even told himself, I'm struck it rich. But he did not expect that Chen Xuan had long seen through his thoughts. He raised his hand, creating a power ball, and frowned while saying, Tusk, a family with such poor business, still dares to ask for gifts from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot the power ball straight at Chen Hao Ran with one finger, coldly adding, Accept your punishment. A beam of light shot forth like a bolt, piercing through Chen Hao Ran. The dazzling light appeared, striking hard against his body, leaving him dazed and unable to comprehend what was happening. Chen Hao Ran knelt down, blood spilling from his mouth, gasping as he asked, Cough, Grandmaster, what are you doing? Qin Xuan, sitting on the shimmering armor, coldly reprimanded, Hey, you still dare to ask me what I'm doing? A person like you, whose family business has failed, even dares to come begging? He continued, I have crippled your cultivation and battle physique. A person like you does not deserve to keep those things. Those highly damaging words were uttered with indifference. Hearing this, Chen Hao Ran panicked, stammering, Grandmaster, why did you do this? Without the battle physique and cultivation, I am no different from a waste. So what am I now? Chen Xuan looked at Chen Hao Ran with a cold expression and a tone full of admonition, Don't rush, your punishment is not over yet. As he finished speaking, a colossal alchemy furnace appeared beside Chen Haoran, leaving him stunned and speechless. Chen Xuan casually flipped through the book in his hand and said indifferently, "Recently I've been reading a few books, and I just happen to be very interested in alchemy. You're going to be punished to stay here as my alchemy assistant, fueling the fire for me. You'll need to stoke it for about 10 to 15 days. Don't even think about leaving." Hearing this, Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel indignant and quickly protested. "No, that's not allowed, Grandmaster. If you keep me here for 10 days, I won't be able to participate in my sister's martial arts competition. I have to go." Inside, he kept lamenting, "Oh my God, what is happening? Is he really my Grandmaster?" Qin Zhuan's gaze at that moment shot out sparks. His expression was filled with murderous intent, and his voice grew even chillier. "You don't have the right to refuse. Starting from now, my impressive aura will follow you like your shadow. Either you do your alchemy well so that I can let you go, or what awaits you is." Qin Zhuan paused for a moment, his gaze becoming even sharper. "Death." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoran's entire body went rigid, fear gripping him to the core. Qin Zhuan, usually looking disheveled, now radiated an overwhelming pressure that rendered others helpless. Under this force, Chen Haoran could no longer stand firm and knelt down on the ground. He was frustrated and thought to himself, "Heavens, is this really a Grandmaster? How can you be so ruthless to someone from his own clan? There's not even a bit of benefit, and now it feels like I might lose my friends too." 3 days later, the competition of Chen Tai officially began. The announcer shouted loudly, "In the first match, Chen Tai has passed." Chen Tai solemnly bowed in respect to her opponent who had just been defeated. Her opponent looked pitiful, his mouth moving but only managing to produce a few weak sounds. Below the stage, the disciples cheered loudly. "Oh, beautiful." Chen Tai, despite lacking resources, still defeated those who relied on others. Truly a genius in cultivation. The applause rang out incessantly, but Chen Tai only felt weary. She sighed, thinking, "Since the day I decided to join the academy, he has gone missing. Is he still angry with me?" On the stage, Bai Dongran observed her outstanding performance. He nodded, exclaiming, "Very similar to the demeanor of Wang Elder. Perhaps after passing this competition, he will take Chen Tai as his direct disciple. At that time, the reputation of Wang Elder will surely expand." At the same time, in another place, Chen Haoran was busy gathering firewood. The thick smoke made him cough, 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 cough. He sat down, trying to breathe in some fresh air while muttering to himself, "This fire should last all night, right? So tired and yet still no rest." Before he could sigh, a sharp voice called out from behind, "Chen Haoran, are you planning to keep doing nothing? Get up immediately." Chen Xuan arrogantly said, "I forgot to mention, now not only have you been stripped of your battle physique and cultivation, but you are also not allowed to eat or rest." His gaze became terrifying, lit up with rage, serving as a warning to Chen Haoran, "Keep adding fuel to the fire for me." The boy, though terrified by the towering figure, still mustered the courage to ask, "What? No food and no rest?" His fists were clenched tightly, his eyes shining with indignation. Though weak, he still showed resilience, thinking to himself, "This guy, is he even human?" 7 days later, on the final day of Chen Tai's competition, the exuberant host announced to the audience, "Oh, Chen Tai has defeated the affiliated forces of the 9 Families Academy. If she defeats one more opponent, she will become the strongest powerful individual among the youth." The series of matches progressed and the final battle had arrived. The host shouted loudly, "Let the final contestant take the stage." Yiwu stepped up, pointing at his opponent, smiling while provoking, "Chen Tai, I can't believe you chose to join this academy. It seems you're more sensible than your good-for-nothing, arrogant brother." Provoked by the insult against her family, Chen Tai couldn't contain her fury. Her eyes blazed with fire as she retorted fiercely, "Hemph, wait until I defeat you and seize the best resources for my brother. At that time, he will definitely prove himself to be a genius." Yiwu scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. Oh, does he still need to prove anything? A waste like him, no matter how many resources he's given, is still a waste, right? It would be more useful to feed those resources to pigs than to nourish him. Chen Tai-er was unable to endure that provocation any longer. She yelled, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, "You bastard, shut your mouth." After saying that, she unleashed the Bai Lu sword technique, the blade shining brightly in her hand as she charged at her opponent. Sacred Goat's essence charges into battle, causing those below to gasp in amazement. Oh my! This divine symbol is none other than Bai Lu's divine symbol. The singer back then relied on this self-created sword technique to dominate the world. I can't believe Chen Tai-er knows how to use it. Yi Wu's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. Bai Dongran, sitting beside him, found the spectacle amusing and burst into laughter. "Hi, Yi Wu, what were you thinking? All these years you have never won against anyone." On the arena, Chen Tai-er could not contain her anger and charged at Yi Wu with her sword, threatening him. "Apologize to me right now." But Yi Wu was not frightened at all. He even wore a dangerous smile, his eyes filled with challenge. Do you think you're worthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, another figure leaped out from Yi Wu and delivered a punch straight to Chen Tai-er's stomach. She had no time to dodge and took the blow head-on. The force was so strong that it pushed her back several steps, her breath becoming labored and difficult. Chen Tai-er clutched her stomach, coughing. Cough, cough. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone could hardly believe she was taken down so easily. Bai Dongran stood up, his eyes wide in astonishment, mumbling, "Wait a minute, what was that?" His gaze turned tense as if he had just realized something. This is none other than the rare battle physique that the senior left for the academy, right? He looked towards Yi Wu Mo. Next to Yi Wu Mo was another figure that bore the same appearance, demeanor, and aura. Could it be? This is the twin battle physique? The audience is still in shock, simultaneously shouting, "What? Chen Tai-er lost? And there are two Yi Wu Mo. Am I seeing things?" The original Yi Wu Mo stood in place, pointing at the girl and laughing loudly. "Haha, Chen Tai-er, now I will use your own brother to answer you. Indeed, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hetay. Don't underestimate the poor." Bai Dongran stepped forward, trying to find an explanation, and asked, "Yi Wu Mo, where did you get the twin battle physique?" The twin battle physique not only enhances all the abilities of its owner, but also grants 2 lives. This is a treasure that Elder Wang specifically left for the fated one. How did you obtain it? The two Yi Wu Mo laughed loudly, speaking in unison. "Haha, I got the twin battle physique thanks to Chen Haoran." His answer left the entire audience dumbfounded. People watching were all agape, eyes wide. Yi Wu casually fanned himself with a paper fan and said leisurely, "If it weren't for him giving me that rotten pear to eat that day, I wouldn't have gone to the restroom to the point of exhaustion and collapse in the academy's restroom." He recounted with a nostalgic gaze, "It was at that moment that I discovered the twin battle physique that Elder Wang left in the restroom." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shiver down their spine. Some murmured, "Oh my goodness, the battle physique that Elder Wang left in the restroom. That hiding method is really crude." Bai Dongran also felt nauseated. He covered his mouth with his hand, trying to suppress the urge to vomit, filled with frustration. "So that's how it is. No wonder I searched the entire academy and found nothing." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu became furious and immediately rushed to grab Chen Tai-er by the throat. He gritted his teeth, his cold voice rising. Chen Tai-er, the matter of you feeding me is not over yet." The person exerted more strength, lifting her high, causing her body to dangle precariously in the air. Yi Wu Mo, standing nearby, saw her struggling to resist, letting out only a few weak cries, but he contemptuously remarked, "I originally planned to settle scores with him, but these past few days, he seems to have vanished from the world. How about you kneel down and apologize to me on his behalf?" Chen Tai-er's left cheek was swollen and red. Her whole body ached to the point of breathlessness. However, a strong will still burned within her. She gritted her teeth, her eyes shimmering with determination. "You can forget it, senior brother. I let you obtain the battle physique and you still want me to apologize? Himph. As soon as the words left her mouth, a slap like thunder descended on her right cheek. Chen Tai staggered, her body in war pain, but she did not yield. At that moment, both Yi Wu Mo and Yi Wu joined forces, treating her as if they were torturing her together. Chen Tai gritted her teeth to endure, but still could not avoid letting out a pained moan. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her expression darkening, her face gradually shifting to a mournful despair. She said nothing, only hearing his strong voice ring out, "Hey, do you think you are still the top of the academy? Do you still dare to be stubborn in front of me?" Yi Wu, standing beside, laughed heartily, speaking in a mocking tone. "Now I have the twin battle physiques, you refuse to kneel? Ha, fine, let me beat you until you kneel." Having said that, his hand violently swung again. This time, the force and speed were incredibly fierce, as if wanting to crush the last remnants of her will. The twin birth battle physique struck Chen Tai in the face with two powerful palm strikes. The weak girl took both hits directly. The spectators in the stands were instantly horrified. "Oh my, this Yi Wu is so disgusting. If Chen Tai can't win, she should just stop," one person shouted. "Someone has actively called for the dean. How can there be such a competition? This is clearly a personal vendetta," another person angrily chimed in. "Chen Tai has lost her fighting spirit. The duel should stop immediately." Bai Dongran observed the situation for a while before finally calling out to Yi Wu. His voice unexpectedly dropped, carrying a mysterious and strange tone. "Continue. Even if you kill Chen Tai, I will bear the consequences." The people who had just called for mercy for Chen Tai now felt horrified, speechless. Bai Dongran put on an extremely cold and dangerous expression. In his heart, he thought, "Hemph, now Yi Wu possesses the twin birth battle physique left by Elder Wang. He is much stronger than Chen Tai, who has been guided for many years. In the future, if Yi Wu is chosen as Elder Wang's representative, the territory will surely multiply many times." He burst out laughing. "Haha, Chen Tai, look over there, the director said it would be fine to kill you." Outside the arena, the crowd was noisy and cheering. How annoying! Is the director covering for Yi Wu? Normally, killing is not allowed in duels, yet now he acts so casually. It's truly outrageous. Yi Wu did not care about the chatter. He only focused on Chen Tai with a cold, mocking gaze. Seeing her haggard, devoid of any vitality, he sneered. "But killing you would be merciful. I have thought of a more interesting punishment than killing you." His eyes glinted with malice. He smirked, his voice deep and sinister. "Isn't it true that all that's on your mind is that waste of a boy? All right, I'll help you forget him." He leaned down, eyeing Chen Tai's slender legs exposed beneath her skirt. Just a second later, Yi Wu kicked straight into her thigh. The sound of a bone breaking echoed chillingly. The pain coursed through her, leaving the onlookers haunted. Chen Tai screamed, her cry filled with despair. In another place, at Chen Hao Ran's wood furnace, he was diligently pushing each log into the furnace to maintain a stable temperature. Once done, he sighed in relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, enduring the oppressive force and working continuously for several days now. I wonder when he will finally let me go. The pendant on his necklace suddenly emitted an unusual glow. A voice announced, "Emergency. Chen Tai has been crippled in cultivation by Yi Wu, currently on the brink of death. Head of the household, please return quickly." Chen Hao Ran, upon hearing this, was alarmed. "Sister, younger sister is in danger?" He immediately reported to Chen Zuan, who was sitting a distance away. "Grandmaster, younger sister is in mortal danger. I must return immediately, please let me go." Chen Zuan calmly replied, "No, wait a little longer. The pill is about to finish refining." Chen Hao Ran angrily retorted, "About to finish? I have told you numerous times, but every time you only say about to finish." The man beside Chen Zuan gently explained, "Hemph, normally Grandmaster has lived for 200,000 years, so 1 or 2 years for him is just about to finish." Lu Qingqing, sitting next to him, agreed, That's right, that's right." Chen Hao Ran felt uncomfortable looking at them, resting leisurely, basking in the sun. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "My younger sister is about to die, and you all are here comfortable like this, making it difficult for me. It seems he's just looking for an excuse to stop me from leaving." He stepped forward, stood behind them, and then cleared his throat to say, "All right, if that's the case, then come here, you Chen Zhuan dog. Wanna chop, wanna kill, just go ahead." However, both Chen Zhuan showed no reaction at all. Chen Hao Ran's attitude became extremely serious. "I know I am a waste, I know I have driven my family business to the brink, but I have tried my best." His spirit surged as he charged straight towards Chen Zhuan, who was lying there, shouting loudly, "Right now, my family is about to be beaten to death, and you are locking me up here. I never imagined that in my desperate attempt to protect my family, I would have a biased grandmaster behind me." Bai Yu and Lu Qingcheng simultaneously asked, "Hey kid, what are you planning to do?" Chen Hao Ran was so angry that he wanted to explode, his eyes flashing with rage. He shouted, "Himph, instead of being locked here watching my sister die slowly, I might as well try to kill this guy. Even if I know I can't win, at least I will live like a man." With a blazing spirit, he dashed straight towards Chen Zhuan, who was lying there enjoying himself without a care for the outside world. At that moment, Chen Hao Ran didn't even realize that his body had unconsciously activated thunder energy. Crackle. The sound of lightning suddenly rang out, causing him to halt. He vaguely sensed something unusual about his body. Looking at the thunder energy enveloping him, Chen Hao Ran exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait a minute, my primordial heavenly thunderlight body. Why has it returned?" Lu Qingcheng walked over and scolded Hao Ran. "Hao Ran, how dare he disrespect the Grandmaster, even saying that the Grandmaster wants to harm you? Do you know how much your body has changed?" Chen Hao Ran closed his eyes, feeling that something was wrong with his body. "Before, my spiritual vein was very narrow. Why is it now so wide? Moreover, my cultivation realm of mind focus was supposed to be damaged, right?" Suddenly his entire body reacted with changes. Celestial lightning spread around his body, suppressing into a stream of dynamic celestial energy. A vague image of a crown emerged above his head, while the lower part of his body was covered by a layer of refined heavenly lightning. Hao Ran opened his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "What happened? I've reached the divine transformation realm." Bai Yu snorted coldly, saying to him, "The Grandmaster did all of this for your own good, and yet you dared to scold him." Lu Qingcheng added, "Do you think the Grandmaster wanted to kill you these past few days? You are mistaken." Then he recounted everything. At that time, the Grandmaster only sealed your battle physique. The act of damaging your cultivation was actually to seal your cultivation ability. He continuously released his pressure to restrict your speed and didn't let you rest to suppress your stamina. Everything he did was to help you surpass your limits. Mr. Bai Yu pointed, his voice stern, "And all these purposes are to grant you the new battle physique." The pill furnace suddenly shook, the lid popped open, releasing a fragrant stream of battle physique elixir. The moment the battle physique appeared, it shot out of the furnace lid, darting like lightning in search of its master. Without a moment's hesitation, it aimed straight at Chen Hao Ran. The battle physique wrapped around Chen Hao Ran, radiating powerful celestial energy, leaving him astonished. Ugh, this is. He quickly calmed down, allowing the flow of power to gradually merge into his body. In his heart, he thought, "This is one of the 10 great ancient battle physiques, 4 Winds battle physique. This extraordinary body is truly incredible." The battle physique gradually completed, enveloping him like a dragon robe. Chen Hao Ran could clearly feel this strength significantly increase. He smiled gently, his heart filled with joy. It seems my strength has been enhanced by this battle physique. However, a sense of regret gradually crept in. Chen Hao Ran lowered his head and softly said, "So it turns out the Grandmaster only wanted the best for me. But why did he treat me like that before?" Mr. Bai Yu immediately explained, "That is the existence of the 4 Winds battle physique, a divine body. To achieve transcendence, the conditions for use are very complex. It requires sealing 4 types of power from the Master, while simultaneously triggering rage to guide it. Therefore, the master has been continuously provoking you. At this moment, your anger has reached its peak, hence the battle physique can be cultivated. He added, actually before you arrived, the Grandmaster specially selected this battle physique for you. He pondered for an entire night because activating the Four Winds battle physique requires a sacrifice of one's vital essence. The Grandmaster sacrificed 1,000 years of his own life force back then, which is why he has become so haggard. The battle physiques that Chen Zhuan classified ultimately turned into a pile of scrap. Lu Qingqing also spoke up. The Grandmaster cares about you that much, I even feel envious. Do you still dare to think the Grandmaster is harsh on you? Chen Haoran then realized, saying, so that mountain of junk is actually the battle physique selected for me. Then why didn't the Grandmaster tell me this directly? Why make it seem like he wanted to kill me? Lu Qingqing leaned over and whispered, Grandmaster has a strange habit. Every time he wants to give us something good, he goes around in circles. Bai Yu hurriedly imitated Xiao Lu's gesture and added, that's right, he wouldn't say it directly even if it meant dying. The master is truly arrogant. Chen Haoran listened, feeling bewildered, and asked, oh really? They chatted and laughed, not stopping at all. Chen Zhuan, standing at a distance, heard them and couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, oh my, these people. What do you mean I'm arrogant? I'm only being indirect because that dance system doesn't allow me to speak plainly. At that moment, the system also chimed in, reproaching him, you are the indirect one. Ken Suan felt frustrated but still held back his laughter, thinking, haha, after all, I didn't directly take action. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Chen Haoran unexpectedly knelt down on the tiles right behind Chen Zuan and boldly said, thank you for the grace bestowed by Grandmaster. I have been unfilial. I offended Grandmaster earlier. Please punish me. Chen Zuan politely waved his hand, refusing, don't say any more. I'm not giving you anything, and your kneeling position, you're kneeling wrong. Chen Haoran chuckled lightly, replying, it's not wrong kneeling. He felt that Chen Zhuan's way of handling things was really similar to his father-in-law's when he was young. That man used to teach. If you want to cultivate but don't know how to eat enough, starving until you faint is your own fault. Eat quickly. As Chen Haoran said this, tears welled up in his eyes, choked with emotion. Thank you, you're just like my father. Chen Zuan looked at him, silent for a moment before sighing. He half-jokingly, half-seriously said, what are you two brats crying about? A man shouldn't shed tears so easily. Isn't it just a small battle physique? There are many more at the Grandmaster's place. As he spoke, he suddenly changed his tone, pretending to be emotional, crying and lamenting. Hoo-hoo. The Grandmaster gave you a divine artifact. If you face a life-and-death crisis, you can use it to save yourself. He took out the divine artifact and solemnly took a handkerchief to wipe his tears, wiping while saying, hoo-hoo, the poor child without a father. The more he cried, the more fervent he became. Chen Zhuan held Chen Haoran close, choking on his words. Actually I know someone is bullying your sister. But for some reasons, I can't take action. You quickly go back and beat them to death for me. Chen Haoran, heartbroken, wailed, hoo-hoo, Grandmaster, don't worry, I will kill them. Lu Qingqing, standing beside them, looked at the two with a judgmental gaze. Well, isn't it said that men don't easily shed tears? After a while the wind blew gently, carrying a fragrant aroma. Someone had been granted permission to leave and fulfill the righteous task. Chen Haoran prepared to depart, not forgetting to bid farewell to the one he regarded as a second father. So, Grandmaster, I'm off now. King Suan cried and stood there like the stone of the waiting wife. He waved his handkerchief, his eyes red, hoo-hoo, goodbye. Old Bai Yu stood behind, sighing, haha, this kid has a battle physique, endless prospects ahead. The local faction will naturally support him, but it's a pity he's not as handsome as the Grandmaster. Suddenly, Chen Xuan seemed to realize something. He hurriedly checked the system screen, thinking to himself, something is not right. Just now, I carelessly gave the divine artifact to Hao Ran, but why didn't the system intervene? Could it be a glitch? The scene shifts to the Chen family's residence. Chen Tai, seriously injured in his right thigh, was lying sprawled out on the couch in the house. In front of him, Yi Wu was arrogantly making a scene, loudly asserting his dominance. "Hey, Chen family, listen up. Now Chen Tai's cultivation has been crippled by me. There's no longer anyone named Chen Tai for you to be proud of. The Chen family no longer holds any value to the academy." Yi Wu held the agreement in his hand, his face filled with intimidation. He smirked and said, "I advise the Chen family to quickly submit to the academy. Otherwise, I, the official representative of Wang Elder, will take action to destroy your entire family." A representative man stepped forward, trying to explain, "Excuse me, previously our head of the household had abandoned the family. This matter is completely unforeseen." Yi Wu responded coldly, "Hemph, very well." The man had just touched the agreement, and his eyes immediately became dangerous. He thought to himself, "Haha, in fact, I have long colluded to submit to the academy. Now being so proactive, after I submit, my benefits will surely be the greatest." Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Ha, Grand Elder, I haven't been home for just a few days." The man was startled and turned to look towards the voice. Lightning shot from Chen Hao Ran's fist as he charged forward, shouting angrily, "Do you dare to make decisions on my behalf?" Chen Hao Ran powerfully punched the man in the face, causing him to feel pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, he rushed to stand in front of everyone. His imposing demeanor and the glow of lightning surrounding his figure made him even more radiant. Chen Hao Ran appeared outstanding, embodying the perfect beauty of an exceptional young man. The servants in the house rejoiced upon his return, exclaiming, "Ha, it's the head of the household returning." Yi Wu Mo, holding the agreement in his hand, arrogantly laughed and said, "Oh, the trash has come back. Grand Elder, what you are doing is merely following the trend. I advise you to sign it. If not, as the representative of Wang Elder, I will not let you off the hook." Chen Hao Ran said nothing, only shot a bolt of lightning from his hand, directly aiming it at the opponent. Yi Wu Mo quickly adapted, seizing the attack and using force to shatter the spirit thunder light. Chen Hao Ran, with a serious expression, said, "Shut up. Do you want me to surrender to the forces that harmed my sister? Dream on. I challenge you to a life and death duel. If I win, I will kill you. If I lose, my entire clan is at your mercy." The Grand Elder, hearing himself implicated, immediately protested, "What? You want to drag us all to our deaths? Head of the household, absolutely not." Chen Hao Ran coldly cleared his throat. "Shut up." Saying that, he pressed the Grand Elder's head down to the ground, causing him to let out a startled "Ugh," before falling silent and lying motionless. Yi Wu Mo watched Chen Hao Ran's performance and chuckled with delight. "Haha, truly interesting. To be able to openly kill your entire family, I couldn't ask for anything more." He lightly waved the fan in his hand, the smile on his face still unbroken. Chen Hao Ran's blood surged, making an immediate decision. "Hemph, then we shall meet on the arena tomorrow." The Grand Elder realized that there was no hope left in the situation and could only weep in despair, unable to say anything more. The next day, the announcer's voice rang out. The life and death match between Yi Wu Mo, the head of the academy, and Chen Hao Ran, the one considered the most useless in the academy, officially begins. On the arena, Chen Hao Ran stood proudly facing Yi Wu Mo, his gaze resolute and unwavering. In the stands, someone shouted, "Oh my God, Chen Hao Ran is back. He's here to engage in a life and death battle with Yi Wu Mo." Another person curiously asked, "His sister is so strong and still couldn't win. Is he here to buy one get one free?" A person beside replied immediately, "No way, I heard this time he bets his entire clan. He means to give his family away too." Baidong Ran let out a disdainful laugh. "Haha, Yi Wu, there's no need to show mercy. Go all out for me." In his heart, Baidong Ran thought, "I have to teach these people a lesson. Otherwise, how can I expand my territory and establish authority in the future?" On the fighting stage, Yi Wu Mo performed a salute with a haughty expression. He sneered, "Haha, trash. Don't say I didn't give you face. After all, I now have the twin battle physique. you can take a moment to think about where your family should be buried first. Chen Hao Ran crossed his arms, appearing completely unfazed. He retorted, "Oh, you're just relying on my luck. You nearly stumbled upon the inheritance of Wang Elder in the restroom. And I, having been away from home for so long, dare to return and challenge me." At this point, Chen Hao Ran's gaze turned fierce, his tone filled with provocation. "You think I couldn't have found any inheritance?" Chen Hao Ran's imposing demeanor made Yi Wumo momentarily uneasy. Looking at that overwhelming aura, he gritted his teeth, questioning himself, "What's going on?" Chen Hao Ran's confident appearance, could it be that he really has obtained an inheritance? At that moment he had swung his fist and charged towards him. "Sorry, Yi Wumo," Chen Hao Ran shouted, his whole body rushing forward with a brilliant surge of spiritual power. "Die!" This strength momentarily startled Yi Wumo. He quickly raised both hands, preparing to block the incoming attack. His face clearly showed tension, no longer displaying the usual calm demeanor. How strange, Yi Wumo thought. As Chen Hao Ran closed in on him, Yi Wumo managed to create a shielded dome surrounding himself to block the blow. A strong coughing sound rang out. Cough, eh? Chen Hao Ran crashed hard onto the ground, causing a tremendous impact that shattered the earth and rocks around. Yi Wumo shifted from fear to confusion. "What is this?" Bai Dongran, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter, tears streaming down from laughing too much. His hand slapped his thighs rhythmically. "Haha, excellent. Look at this guy, thought he was so cool, but turns out he's just like his little sister. One move and it's all over." The people in the stands began to murmur amongst themselves. Well, Yi Wumo only defended himself. One person next to them remarked. Chen Hao Ran simply charged into Yi Wumo's protective aura and was rebounded. Another person widened their eyes in admiration. Indeed, Yang's spirit realm is no joke. Yi Wumo slowly stepped in front of Chen Hao Ran, who was still unable to stand. "Haha, Chen Hao Ran," Yi Wumo mocked, "and I thought you had some skills earlier." He was full of arrogance. Unexpectedly, with just a casual defensive move, he had already defeated you. He pointed directly at Chen Hao Ran's face, feigning mockery. "You truly are unparalleled." Chen Hao Ran scratched his head, laughing foolishly. Sorry. It's my first time using battle physique, so I forgot to lift the seal. Because the stronger the seal before the battle, the stronger it will be when released." Yi Wumo sneered. "Haha, lift the seal. I see you really are delusional." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack at Chen Hao Ran. However, Chen Hao Ran quickly dodged it. When the words release were uttered, Chen Hao Ran used one hand to pin Yi Wumo down to the ground, causing the earth and stones around them to shatter. Bai Dongran, who was leisurely sipping tea, was so astonished that he spat out a mouthful of tea. The entire arena felt as if struck by thunder. Oh my god, when did Chen Hao Ran have such strength? Chen Hao Ran stood in the arena, grinning proudly. "Haha, what's so surprising? Just casually killing a guy like Yi Wumo, easy peasy." Yi Wumo's voice suddenly rang out. "Haha, I didn't expect a waste like you to force me to use twin battle body." At that moment, Chen Hao Ran finally realized that the person he had just pinned down had disappeared without a trace. His dual figures radiated a stream of dark spiritual energy, taking turns to say, "Fortunately, the greatest benefit of the twin birth battle physique is the ability to dodge a fatal blow once. Otherwise, I would have truly died at your hands." Both figures of Yi Wumo shouted loudly, "4 great forbidden techniques." The dark spiritual power of them erupted intensely. He commanded, and at the same time, 4 spirit beasts appeared in succession: peacock, deer, polar bear, and tiger. Each one roared majestically, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. "What is this?" "This is the forbidden symbol technique left by Elder Wang." Chen Tai-er frowned and murmured, "At most, I could only learn one. Did Yi Wumo learn them all?" Bai Dongran slowly wiped his mouth, his eyes revealing a mix of admiration and envy. "Ah, great talent, great talent. With Yi Wumo here, our academy's future is certainly boundless." The powerful spiritual energy enveloped the arena. The two figures of Yi Wu Mo led the way, followed by the 4 spirit beasts. He sneered, looking at his opponent. Although I don't know where you derive your strength from, I will not underestimate you now. Go die. Chen Hao Ran remained calm, his gaze inscrutable. Really? He paused, as if pondering something, then suddenly shouted, not just strength. Immediately he unleashed an astonishing speed, his body like it was attached to a rocket, dashing swiftly towards Yi Wu Mo. His punch was powerful and precise to the point that both Yi Wu Mo and his beasts couldn't dodge, receiving the hit without fail. In just a moment, all of Yi Wu Mo's power was completely exploded. Bai Dongran rushed over, his wig flying wildly, his mouth spewing blood like a broken pipe. The audience was left with shocked faces. Some individuals were so stimulated that their eyeballs nearly popped out. Chen Hao Ran not only shattered the celestial symbol above, but also obliterated the twin birth battle physique. After his victory, Chen Hao Ran smugly proclaimed, "What is the twin birth battle physique worth? What's so great about Elder Wang? Don't believe the nonsense from that old man. In fact, Elder Wang is just my younger brother. Moreover, I have even urinated on his face." Despite being gravely injured, Yi Wu Mo refused to concede, shouting defiantly, "Elder Wang is not someone you can casually insult. If you can't compete fairly, you're just making excuses. You must be using some underhanded techniques. Otherwise, how could you defeat a disciple of Elder Wang like me?" Yi Wu Mo panted heavily, pointing directly at Chen Hao Ran's face. "You are truly arrogant. But it seems that unless you experience the depths of hell, you won't back down. Let me show you." Upon finishing his words, Chen Hao Ran unleashed a horrifying speed and strength. He used his 2-meter-long legs to deliver a powerful kick that sent Yi Wu Mo flying, his body tumbling in the air. As he kicked, he stated, "In terms of strength or speed, you are nothing compared to me." Chen Hao Ran radiated an overwhelming aura. With a direct punch to Yi Wu Mo's abdomen, he continued, "Whether it's cultivation or battle physique, I completely dominate you." At the same time, Chen Hao Ran activated Divine Transformation Realm, unleashing Lightning Radiance Body, filling the space with a booming thunder. He shouted confidently, "This is the Thunder Wrath of 10,000 strikes, my ultimate move. Accept your defeat, Yi Wu Mo." At this moment, Chen Hao Ran attacked Yi Wu Mo, knocking him down onto the arena floor, causing the ground to shatter. He smirked and said, "By the way, you are a twin battle physique, aren't you?" Chen Hao Ran raised his hand, where spiritual energy was gathering. He continued with a self-satisfied expression, "Damn it, I have 2 battle physiques. These 2 battle physiques are the 4 Winds battle physique and the true twin battle physique." Upon hearing this, Bai Dongran couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from shock. The surrounding audience was also shaken, feeling no different from him. One person in the crowd gasped, "When did he reach the 1st grade of divine transformation?" Another whispered, "Moreover, he has the primordial lightning radiance body and the 4 Winds battle physique." The 4 Winds battle physique is one of the top 10 ancient battle physiques. Bai Dongran stuttered, his face pale. "Isn't that the battle physique that only exists in legends?" He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. If Yi Wu Mo with his twin battle physique was hailed as a genius, then what was Chen Hao Ran? A peerless genius. Meanwhile, Yi Wu Mo lay motionless after the attack. He struggled to sit up, his body trembling, looking wretched, yet still stubbornly shouted, "How can a useless fool like you possibly defeat me? I must be under your delusion. No way. Ha ha, cough cough cough." Chen Hao Ran coldly regarded him. 2 minutes ago, you were saying I was deluding myself all day, but now the one truly deluding themselves is you. As he spoke, he concentrated his strength into his hand. Spiritual power quickly gathered, creating a terrifying pressure that made Yi Wu Mo tremble in fear. Chen Hao Ran shouted, "It's you." Immediately after, he unleashed all his spiritual power to attack Yi Wu Mo, intensifying the battle even further. From Chen Hao Ran's hands, a stream of yellow spiritual energy shot directly into Yi Wu Mo's forehead. He writhed in pain, eyes wide open, mouth agape. On the arena, Images projected from above showed Chen Hao Ran standing still, unharmed, while Yi Wumo lay crumpled on the ground, body covered in injuries. Everyone in the stands fell silent, their gazes fixated on the two. The atmosphere was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Once they came to terms with reality, none could conceal their astonishment. "Oh my God, Chen Hao Ran has killed Yi Wumo." Chen Hao Ran spread his arms wide, a faint smile on his face. "Hey, why are you all so shocked? Didn't I just kill Yi Wumo? Previously he broke the rules when dealing with my sister. This is the price he must pay." Suddenly from the stands, Bai Dongran leaped directly onto the arena, his face taut, furiously shouting, "Scoundrel!" He charged towards Chen Hao Ran, roaring, "He merely crippled Chen Tai-er's cultivation, yet you dare to kill him." Everyone was taken aback, mouths agape as they witnessed Principal Bai Dongran personally take action. He hovered in midair, his gaze fierce with killing intent as he fixed his stare on Chen Hao Ran. Each word he uttered carried immense power. "Today either you represent the Yi Wu Hall and submit to the academy, or you must die." As soon as he finished, Bai Dongran unleashed the power of the Dao King realm, 5th grade. The spectators below erupted in chatter. "What? The principal is personally intervening." One person lamented, "It's over. Fighting between Divine Transformation Realm and Dao King Realm is like an ant facing an elephant." Another added, "Even if Chen Hao Ran wins, he will still struggle to escape death." Chen Hao Ran showed no signs of fear, his eyes filled with defiance. He pointed at Bai Dongran, smirking and said, "Hey, I had a life and death match with Yi Wumo. Killing him is a normal outcome. You, as the principal of the academy, would dare to attack a student like me? Aren't you afraid people will mock you for your shamelessness?" Bai Dongran coldly laughed, responding, "Shamelessness, what does it matter? In the world of myriad heavens, strength is supreme. The brat, I give you one last chance. Which one do you choose?" He was silent, his gaze inscrutable, then replied, "Ha, those who live in this world. Of course living is the best." The old man snorted coldly, "Consider yourself wise." Chen Hao Ran smiled a chilling smile, raised his middle finger and said, "But I still have to use the phrase I've said 1,000 times to answer you. You want me to submit to the academy? I'd rather die." Does the old man not die but grow hair? The onlookers were taken from shock to shock. Some swallowed hard, truly not knowing how to write the word death. Another person sighed, "My God, this kid dares to insult the academy head. He really doesn't know what it means to respect heaven and earth." Bai Dongran laughed coldly, "Ha, good, very good, good for a man." The veins on his forehead were prominent, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Get ready to face death." He unleashed the white whale's descent technique. 2 gigantic whales appeared, staring intently at Chen Hao Ran, who still stood immobile. The aura of the technique was so immense that those in the stands could hardly bear it. "My God, isn't that the ultimate technique, White Whale's Descent of Wang Elder?" someone remarked. Previously, Bai Yu Sr. used this move to single-handedly overpower the leader of the 3 great sects. This time, Chen Hao Ran is surely doomed. Chen Hao Ran confidently activated his powers to soar into the air. Laughing coldly, "Himph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" He shouted loudly, "Come." At the same time, he unleashed the 4 winds battle physique, breaking all seals. When the shout "Break for me" rang out, the colossal power of the two clashed with the first punch. A horrifying explosion occurred. Smoke and fire filled the arena, the force blowing away those in the stands. Cries for help, sounds of pain echoed in the thick cloud of dust. The deafening explosion shook the entire forest far from the arena. The audience in the stands were tossed around, rolling on the ground, their mouths continuously groaning. One person wiped the corner of his mouth, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, it has stopped. On the arena, thick smoke slowly dispersed. Through the smoke, a figure gradually became clear, accompanied by a coughing sound, cough, 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 cough. That person was Bai Dongran. He stood there, his body in tatters, gasping for breath. Ha. The audience below was in shock, buzzing with discussion. Oh my God, the president was injured while killing Chen Hao Ran? One person questioned. If Chen Hao Ran really had this level of strength, then even in death, he would be enough to go down in history. Suddenly, another person's eyes widened, trembling hand pointing at the arena, stammering, "Look, isn't the president bald?" His bewildered words added to the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Baidong Ran laughed loudly, full of smugness. "Haha. I never thought killing a waste like him would injure me like this." He stroked his chin, his voice somewhat admiring. To achieve this feat, he truly deserves to go down in history. Just then, a faint laugh rang out from behind him. "Ha!" Baidong Ran was startled and turned around. From within the dust, the figure of Chen Hao Ran gradually appeared, standing tall, unmoving. His warm voice resounded. "President, you can withstand the top 10 ancient battle physiques and still be alive. That's truly impressive." Chen Hao Ran continued nonchalantly, each word leaving everyone stunned. "But the one who deserves to go down in history should be me." Baidong Ran's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just heard. The audience below gaped, utterly shocked. What? Chen Hao Ran is not dead. Moreover, he's not injured at all. On the arena, Chen Hao Ran stood upright, looking calm as if he had never fought. Baidong Ran could not accept the scene before his eyes. He thought to himself, impossible. How could he be unscathed? This brat must have a powerful magical artifact assisting him. If I don't eliminate him, he will surely be a future threat. Chen Hao Ran maintained his composed demeanor, but inside he chuckled wryly. "Haha, damn it, I'm just pretending to be unharmed. But in reality, I'm in excruciating pain." Blood flowed continuously from his hand behind his back. He gritted his teeth, enduring, thinking, "I faced off against the Dao King realm. The difference in strength is more than 10 levels. Enduring this strike was almost more than I can take." Baidong Ran's eyes reddened with rage, his voice dropping, icy with malice. "Hemph, Chen Hao Ran. An innocent man harbors no guilt, yet holding a treasure invites sin. Don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, he activated spiritual power, and the 2 gigantic fish reappeared. The technique he used was White Whale's Descent, enveloping the arena in a shimmering purple aura. In the stands, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Earlier, Wang Elder was besieged and could only retreat with the use of White Whale's Descent. But this technique consumes a massive amount of lifespan, and because of this, Wang Elder had to withdraw from the martial world. Chen Hao Ran smirked disdainfully. "Haha, you want to frame me but you have no chance. The Grandmaster has given me a divine weapon, which I originally intended to use later on." Saying that, he pulled out a rather peculiar piece of dry wood, then slowly said, "After all, this thing was obtained from the lair of the ancient garlic from 100,000 years ago, and it was not easy to acquire. But since you want to take it this far, then I can only use the divine weapon to smash you." The surrounding audience, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel bewildered, chattering enthusiastically. "What? Divine weapon?" Baidong Ran's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, "Damn it. This guy has the ancient 4 winds battle physique, so it's not impossible for him to possess a divine weapon." Chen Hao Ran saw the changes in everyone, especially the unpleasant expression on Baidong Ran's face, and felt extremely excited. He slowly raised the dry branch high, then challenged, "Come on, you damn donkey. A guy like you has probably never seen a divine weapon, right? Let me show you one before you die, so you can die with your eyes closed." Chen Hao Ran gradually opened the branch, but as everyone saw what was in his hands, they collectively froze and then exclaimed, "A stick." Chen Hao Ran looked back at the stick in his hand in surprise. When he realized the truth, he suddenly exclaimed, "Heaven! This isn't the wood I used to start a fire back then." Baidong Ran, seeing his opponent's embarrassment, burst into hearty laughter, not forgetting to mock. "Haha, this guy has gone mad. Holding a stick and claiming to fight me. A useless hand holding useless wood, truly deserving." Chen Hao Ran picked up a dry branch on the arena, making a disciple observing from outside side. He thought to himself, he's really gone crazy. Although not injured, the blow of the White Whale's Descent from the principal has driven him mad. The sneers of the crowd echoed around. But Chen Hao Ran did not show any sign of humiliation. He tightened his grip on the branch in his hand and resolutely said, "Hey, keep laughing. What the Grandmaster has given me is definitely a divine weapon." Every word of him was clearly recorded by a magical mirror. In the mirror, his face appeared full of determination, his eyes like steel, still firmly believing that the branch in his hand was a divine artifact. He emphasized again, "It is definitely a divine weapon." In another place, Hin Xuan looked at the image from the mirror and couldn't help but feel speechless. In his heart, he regretted. The old man was indeed right. That's just an ordinary branch. The Grandmaster must have taken the divine weapon by mistake. Qin Xuan pulled out a silver sword to examine. He stared blankly, thinking, "Oh my, this is the ancient divine weapon the profound master intended to give Hao Ran. I was so emotional at that time, crying deeply that I accidentally swapped them." Recalling this incident, Qin Xuan was furious and scolded the system. "Oh my, now I remember. Clearly, I directly gifted the divine weapon. Why didn't you remind me? Knowing well that I gave him a branch but remained silent, you did that on purpose, right?" The system immediately retorted, its tone both humorous and indifferent. "Haha, you've been gifting items to juniors all year round. It's not unreasonable for me to not remind you just once." Hearing this, Chen Xuan became even angrier, pointing at the system and shouting, "Very well. You've learned how to play me now. Hao Ran will definitely be in danger. I have to go save him." Chen Xuan wanted to go rescue but could not. He felt a bit confused about the current situation. At this moment, Chen Xuan had been shackled by the system, preventing him from taking action. The system spoke up to remind him of the mission. "No. The mission stipulates that the master cannot directly intervene to help the younger generation. Furthermore, you are not allowed to send Mr. Baiyu's people to assist." Hearing these bizarre regulations, Chen Xuan showed discontent. He burst into anger, grabbing the system and shouting, "Damn it! Doesn't that mean my younger generation is doomed? Damn it, regulations my ass." The system seemed helpless and could only respond, "This is the regulation. The master is not allowed to directly intervene." King Xuan suddenly fell silent. An idea flashed in his mind. He cunningly smiled and said to the system, "System, you said I cannot directly intervene, right? So if I don't directly help Chen Hao Ran, that would be fine, right?" His statement was accompanied by a scheming ha-ha laugh. The system, sensing his unusual tone, felt a bit alarmed. What do you want to do?" The scene quickly shifted back to the battle between Bai Dongran and Chen Hao Ran. Bai Dongran, after seeing that Chen Hao Ran's divine weapon was just a withered branch, became exceedingly confident. He roared, "Himph, fighting with a crazed junior like you is truly an insult to me. Prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pink energy surged rapidly towards Chen Hao Ran, who was holding the withered branch across from him. However, Chen Hao Ran was extremely confident in the withered branch in his hand. He raised it up, unafraid, and shouted, "Come on, am I afraid of you? Damn it, this unbeatable branch will stab you to death." However, as soon as it came into contact with Bai Dongran's monumental force, the withered branch in his hand instantly broke in half within the blink of an eye. This scene left Chen Hao Ran utterly astonished. Chen Hao Ran was utterly astonished. He held the branch that was said to be a divine weapon, but as soon as he touched it, it cracked in half right in his hand. His face turned pale, stuttering, "What is this? Divine weapon, the Grandmaster ruined it." Bai Dongran, standing nearby, saw the panic on Chen Hao Ran's face and immediately guessed what had happened. He laughed smugly, not forgetting to mock, "Haha, I told you, this is just a dry branch. You useless trash, you're dead for sure." The audience around fell into silence. One person covering their face in disappointment exclaimed, "These two are really fools, bringing sticks to a fight." Another sneered in disdain, "He deserves to die. I can't be bothered to watch anymore." Chen Hao Ran stood there, trembling all over. He was exhausted and seemed to have no spirit left to resist. At that moment, Bai Dongran gathered all his strength to prepare for an attack. A powerful aura from him transformed into two ferocious beasts, fiercely charging straight at Chen Hao Ran. He stood frozen, powerless in the face of that terrifying scene. Tears streamed down his face, and he choked out, "Boo, Grandmaster, you let me die." But just at his most desperate moment, a warm voice resounded. Chen Xuan appeared like a deity, smiling calmly. "Ha, Hao Ran, how could the Grandmaster let you perish?" He gently waved his hand. A strange force quickly transferred to the dry branch in Chen Hao Ran's hand. "Restoration," Chen Xuan exclaimed. Immediately, the dry branch restored to its original state, even emitting a brilliant glow. That power turned the branch into a true weapon. In the blink of an eye, the branch shot high into the air, flying straight towards Bai Dong Ran's two ferocious beasts. They were shattered effortlessly and powerfully. Bai Dong Ran gaped, stunned by everything unfolding right before his eyes. The dry branch suddenly attacked Bai Dong Ran's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Just a light touch, and his arm was broken, twisted beyond recognition. He stared blankly at his arm, which was almost unrecognizable, unable to move. In the stands, everyone was bewildered. They all stood up in shock. "What kind of weapon is this? It's terrifying." Bai Dong Ran, still in shock from the unmatched power of the tiny branch, muttered in disbelief, "Just one hit, and my arm is shattered? How can such a branch possess such might?" In his mind, he had only one thought about this object: divine weapon. He hesitantly exclaimed, "Staff intent?" Hearing this, those around him were astonished. "What? Staff intent?" The dry branch swiftly flew toward Chen Hao Ran. He raised his hand and caught it powerfully and with confidence. At that moment, Chen Hao Ran no longer appeared fearful as before. He laughed loudly, raising the branch high. "Ha! This is indeed the divine weapon mentioned by the Grandmaster. As expected, he didn't deceive me." But on the opposite side, Bai Dong Ran was not willing to back down. His hair suddenly grew longer in a wild manner. His face, from bewilderment, transformed into an evil grin. He laughed coldly. "Himph, staff intent? So what if it's staff intent?" he continued, his voice full of triumph. "Over the years, I have trained day and night to gain power from these strands of hair. Now they are my weapon." Bai Dong Ran's hair kept growing longer, twisting and curling like sharp whips, ready to plunge into battle. Chen Hao Ran was taken aback when he saw the strange strands of hair that resembled long whips. At this moment, Bai Dong Ran's hair had been endowed with incredible power. Bai Dong Ran, full of competitive spirit, declared, "You must understand that a whip overcomes a staff. Throughout history, the powerful individual staff intent has never triumphed over the powerful individual whip intent. No matter how you resist, you are merely thrashing about before death." Everyone in the stands, witnessing the transformation of Bai Dong Ran's hair, was so astonished that their faces contorted. "What? The principal's hair even has whip intent? How can a bald head come to comprehend whip intent?" At this moment, Bai Dong Ran, confidently flaunting his whip-like hair, slowly approached Chen Hao Ran. He chuckled lightly. "Brat, to risk yourself against me like this is already an honor for you." Thinking that Bai Dong Ran's overwhelming aura would cause Chen Hao Ran to hesitate, the opposite occurred. His gaze grew increasingly determined, and his expression became sharp. He replied slowly, "Indeed, a whip overcomes a staff, but I believe in the Grandmaster." Chen Hao Ran, undeterred, charged forward, prepared to receive Bai Dong Ran's attack. The long red strands of Bai Dong Ran's hair quickly lashed out, like whips, wrapping tightly around the dry branch in Chen Hao Ran's hand. As he saw the branch being constricted without the possibility of attack, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. Bai Dong Ran noticed this and laughed triumphantly. "Ha, you can't move anymore, right? How can staff intent stand against whip intent? Go die." The whip-like strands of Bai Dong Ran's hair tightened further. Cornery Chen Hao ran into a position where he could not resist. He quickly summoned the Phantom White Whale's descent to attack Chen Hao Ran, who was struggling to defend against the harassment of Bai Dong Ran's disheveled hair. The Phantom White Whale's descent was almost about to swallow Chen Hao Ran, while he was having an incredibly hard time under the pressure from his opponent. At that moment, Chen Xuan transmitted a calming message to guide Chen Hao Ran, Hao ran, don't be afraid. Try using the purple wind battle physique to release the staff intent. Chen Hao ran followed Chen Zhuan's advice. The dry twig in his hand instantly enlarged, causing Bai Dong Ran to exclaim in surprise. What is this? The small dry twig in Chen Hao Ran's hand had now transformed into a large piece of wood, comparable to that of an ancient tree. Bai Dong Ran was bewildered but still tried to stay calm, loudly declaring, "Haha, although I don't know what this is, your staff intent can only be so strong." Confident in his own power, Bai Dong Ran charged to attack. "Damn it, die!" he shouted. However, the phantom white whale's descent was struck painfully by Chen Hao Ran's counterattack. Bai Dong Ran exclaimed in panic, "No, please don't." The gigantic dry twig was enveloped by a terrifying power, quickly swinging down towards Bai Dong Ran's head. He looked up, astonished, murmuring, What kind of staff intent is this? How can it grow so large?" Before he could comprehend the situation, the twig came crashing down on Bai Dong Ran. He cried out in pain, "Ah!" But the attack did not stop there. The dry twig continued to swing down, powerfully and relentlessly. The ground where Bai Dong Ran stood was crushed into pieces. The force of the blow even destroyed the two statues in front as the dry twig kept growing larger. Seeing this, the two statues widened their eyes in disbelief and fear. Suddenly, a dry branch shot out and destroyed one of the two statues. It continued to fly towards the crowd. People began to panic. Some covered their heads in fear, some tried to flee, while others were caught off guard and struck by the branch. Cries of despair filled the air. "Help! Save me!" In stark contrast to the chaos, Chen Zhuan stood calmly observing the entire event through a sphere created by the system. The system, seemingly very angry, scolded, What is this staff intent you have created? How can it be so powerful?" Chen Zhuan sat there, stroking his chin with one hand, chuckling softly. "Haha, let me clarify, I did not directly intervene to help the children. I simply imparted the staff intent to that branch. If you want to know what type of staff intent this is, then I will reluctantly tell you." Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhuan reached into his chest and pulled out a book. On the cover of the book was an image of Sun Wukong and the title Havoc in the Heavenly Palace. He held the book up close to his face, his voice filled with pride. "This is the staff intent that I learned from the great sage equal to heaven. In the Battle of Havoc in the Heavenly Palace, Sun Wukong defeated 100,000 heavenly soldiers. It was from that battle that I comprehended this staff intent." As Chen Zhuan finished speaking, a gigantic figure of Sun Wukong appeared in the arena, enveloping Chen Hao Ran. The shadow hovered in midair, while on the ground, the dry branch maintained its form, striking down heavily on the floor. Bai Dong Ran was knocked unconscious, his eyes rolled back. His long hair was also completely severed, leaving him in a woeful state. In the stands, the onlookers looked somewhat better, but were still injured. Some gasped in horror. "The director has been knocked out by a useless talent using a branch." The dry branch then shrank and spun in midair. Surrounding it was a brilliant golden force, causing everyone to be in awe. A dry twig flew into Chen Hao Ran's hand. He reached out to catch it and smiled contentedly. "Haha, the divine weapon Grandmaster is indeed terrifying. The Grandmaster loves people," Chen Hao Ran thought to himself. He continued to look down at the arena, where everyone was standing. "Hey you all, now that the headmaster is dead, I'm the new headmaster, and no one has any objections, right?" Below in the arena, everyone knelt down in unison. No objections, we submit to you." The man in purple thought to himself as soon as he spoke. "The headmaster has been killed by you. Who would dare have any objections now? What's the difference who becomes the headmaster? It's just one Zhu Beiji dying and another Zhu Beiji taking his place." Chen Hao Ran laughed and continued, "Hey, get up. I just want to be the headmaster. Who needs you all to kneel down?" This statement astonished everyone below as they looked up. Previously there were two statues, but one had been destroyed by Chen Hao Ran's staff. Now only one statue remained. Chen Hao Ran went on to say, "Elder Wang founded this academy so everyone could train. I will not be like the previous headmaster, who cut off training resources for personal reasons. He extended his hand with a sincere face, speaking of a bright future, of establishing without destruction. Starting from today, I want to establish a world where anyone can cultivate, where no one needs to submit. Later, Chen Hao Ran became the headmaster of Bai Lu Academy, making this institution a place for the masses to cultivate. However, the academy maintained peace primarily because no one dared to voice opposing opinions. The image of Chen Hao Ran teaching, staff in hand behind his back, became a strong symbol at the academy. Under the podium, the students' faces were all serious but somewhat timid. Near the bulletin board, Chen Tai pulled Chen Hao Ran, who was still half asleep, to take a look. Chen Hao Ran laughed and said, "Our Chen family has appeared on the map again." Chen Tai replied, her face beaming with pride. "Haha, our Chen family should shine like this." In another location, Chen Xuan appeared in an open area. Around him, people were displaying their strength, causing rocks to shatter and fly into the air. An excited voice rang out. "Haha, finally I have broken through to Earth Venerable. No more worrying about anyone coming to chop me down." By the seaside, Xiao Luo and Hao Ran were lying in relaxation. Suddenly, Chen Xuan, an Earth Supreme first rank, approached with a beaming expression. He called out loudly, "Xiao Luo, Hao Ran, come out quickly, Grandmaster wants to hold a celebration feast." Chen Xuan emphasized, "Today Grandmaster wants to try a new dish called Coca Grilled Chicken." His gaze swept over two lazy beasts lying close by, but no one answered. Chen Xuan furrowed his brows and asked, "Why is no one speaking? What are you doing sneaking around over there?" Receiving no response, Chen Xuan began to urge, "Hey, get up and cook. Don't forget my soybeans." But suddenly he froze, his eyes wide with shock. His expression darkened as he saw a haunting image. Wang Elder, Chen Hao Ran, and Lu Qingcheng all pierced through by a sword, blood flowing profusely. King Xuan stood frozen for a moment, then a surge of rage overwhelmed him, his eyes burning with fury. He growled, "Who did this?" From beneath the water, a monstrous creature emerged. Its entire body was dyed an eerie shade of green. It looked directly at Chen Xuan, its voice chilling as it rang out. "Haha, Chen Xuan. Long time no see, this is my gift for our reunion." The water monster grinned eerily, surfacing from the water, pointing ahead and asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Xuan curled his lips, scoffing lightly, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. He coldly stared at him and said, "I want you dead." Chen Xuan's entire body erupted in fierce flames. At the same time, a gigantic hand descended from the sky, carrying the might of furious wrath, crashing directly toward the water monster. The water monster connected and shouted loudly, "What, Earthly Supreme? Has your power increased?" But right after that, he bared his teeth and teased, "Just a bit stronger than back then, right?" Just as the giant hand was about to make contact, suddenly another hand appeared from nowhere, completely intercepting Chen Xuan's attack. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. A sense of worry surged in his heart. This person can block the attack of an Earthly Supreme. The water monster gleefully cackled, mocking, "Haha, are you in doubt, Chen Xuan? I've been forging myself in the 9 deaths, one life realm for many years. You can no longer keep up with the times." Dark clouds gathered, the sky became gloomy, and his eerie laughter echoed everywhere. He stared straight at Chen Xuan, his eyes cold and full of hatred. "Back then, you owed a lot of blood. Do you still fantasize that it's over? You're just a coward, forever running away." From behind him, he summoned countless eerie arms, stretching out as if to cover the entire space. He growled, "I will let you know what it means to have nowhere to run. You will die at my hands." Thousands of arms rushed towards Chen Xuan, forming a terrifying formation. Chen Xuan was hit hard, his body flying straight into a large rock behind him. The stone shattered into countless fragments, the cracks spreading like sharp blades cutting through space. Chen Xuan groaned, his entire body aching. He contemplated, a clear thought flashed through his mind. His power, this is the half-step Heavenly Supreme level. In a vague subconscious, Chen Xuan mused, "Heavenly Supreme? In his ears, a relentless calling echoed, "Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Grandmaster." Turning the chair upside down, he saw Lu Qingqing standing in front of him. She said cheerfully, "Grandmaster, you finally woke up. Your chicken porridge is ready, hurry and eat." Qin Hao ran, standing next to him, was happily munching on another dish while laughing. Chen Zhuan, as a fifth-grade Dao emperor, raised his hand to his forehead, looked up at the sky, and softly said, "So it was just a dream." Sitting dazed in the chair, he scratched his head, pondering, why have I been having nightmares lately? After leveling up, I ended up getting killed. I thought I was really dead. Lu Qingqing standing beside him scolded, "You ate secretly again." Chen Hao puffed his cheeks in defense, "I didn't." Recalling the sea monster from his dream, Chen Zuan felt uneasy. The feeling of the enemy in the dream was terrifyingly realistic, as if a powerful foe was truly waiting for him somewhere. Lu Qingqing turned to him, pouting, "Grandmaster, if you don't eat, Hao Ran will finish it all." Chen Zuan watched the two of them bicker, then asked, "Hao Ran, Xiao Lu, do you think nightmares can become real?" Both turned to him, surprised, nightmares becoming real. Lu Qingqing quickly jumped in to answer, "Grandmaster, Xiao Lu knows about nightmares." He looked at her in surprise. Lu Qingqing cleared her throat, giving an example using herself. "Well, I often dream of being hungry to maintain my figure. In the dream, I see two unusually large pomelos. I panic and wonder, clearly I haven't eaten rice, how can they be so big? Then I realize the hungrier I get, the bigger they become. This is the great hunger law that I've discovered." Chen Hao stopped chewing, teasingly said, "Oh, Sister Qingqing, what the Grandmaster mentioned is probably not about this kind of hunger dream." Chen Zuan could only shake his head helplessly at her imagination. Chen Hao put his arm over his shoulder and seriously said, "But Grandmaster, I'm quite familiar with the nightmares you're talking about." He was surprised and turned to look at Hao Ran, waiting for something more interesting. Chen Hao said, "Years ago, when our Qin clan encountered difficulties, I woke up from nightmares every day. But the nightmares are not simply about fearing something, they come from somewhere deeper. I believe that this world harbors grievances. If someone has strong resentment towards another person, that person will feel it and dream of nightmares. So did Grandmaster leave any enemies who hold a grudge against him in the past?" Ken Xuan raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought, then said, "Enemies, let me see." He started counting, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chen Hao stood by, his expression indifferent, then exclaimed, "Even the enemies can be counted on 2 hands. For Grandmaster, that's not too many." He suddenly turned pale and added, "But I count by the thousands." That remark nearly made Chen Hao spit out his drink. Kim Xuan held his face in despair and yelled, "I'm doomed. After living for 20,000 years, I caused trouble countless times. Who would have thought I ended up accumulating a pile of enemies back then? What am I going to do now?" Chen Hao was shocked, his face ashen, barely managing to breathe on the ground, groaning from being overwhelmed by so many enemies. Wing Elder stood nearby, asking blankly, "Young Chen, what's wrong with you?" Qingqing, who was beside him, replied, "He probably ate too many chicken legs." Wing Elder clapped his hands and stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, I know first aid." He exerted a bit of effort, jumped up, and aimed his elbow downwards. Chen Xuan stood to the side, pondering, then told himself, "No, I must become stronger. I must complete the mission." A popping sound accompanied by a cracking noise echoed, and Lu Qingqing, who stood by, was frightened, her eyes wide open as she said, "He's awake. Thankfully, Wang Elder has great medical skills." Over here, Chen Xuan remained oblivious to the world, sitting alone and mumbling, "Where is the system, my next generation? I must commence trial 3, he said with a voice full of anxiety. Immediately, the system displayed an image of a mysterious child along with a notification. "Master, don't worry. Trial 3 does not require any waiting." Upon hearing this, he jumped up in joy. However, the system continued to announce, "Due to some unexpected event, this mission has actually been opened since 100,000 years ago." The story shifts back to the past, when humanity was fleeing from peril. At that time, the demon clan was spreading danger throughout the world, and the war with them dragged on endlessly. The images showed the warriors of the demon clan riding on the backs of monstrous beasts, chasing humanity to the ends of the earth. The backdrop becomes even darker as the incessant war drove the human race in the western region to a brink of despair, standing nearly on the verge of extinction. Suddenly, a turning point emerged. A powerful being from the heavens stood up to protect humanity. This person possessed unparalleled strength, hovering in the air while facing the terrified eyes of the demon clan. To completely annihilate the demon clan, the powerful being sacrificed their life, splitting the land and burying all the enemies in the dark chasm. The image of this power from their palm completely obliterated the demon clan's army, leaving humanity astonished and grateful. After this event, humanity worshipped the being like a war god. However, a new catastrophe arose. The corpses of the demon clan, upon death, gave rise to colossal vengeful spirits that escaped and accumulated into new entities, vengeful spirits. They continuously gathered, forming a type of winged monster known as demonic spirits. Over time, the demonic spirits multiplied. They broke through the protective barriers surrounding humanity, becoming a new threat. Although not as powerful as the demon clan, after 100,000 years of development, they had shattered the seals at the dark chasm, once again threatening the human world. The bloody scene unfolds as fierce demonic spirits are slaughtering humanity. The story of the Western region's doom is recounted once more, evoking terror from the past. Reality returns to the present era, where the Western region is resolutely fighting against the demonic spirits by initiating a nationwide cultivation movement to protect the nation. This is an age where everyone embarks on the path of cultivation. On a vast training field, 4 individuals are in a stance ready for battle. A frail old woman, with sharp eyes, steps forward and introduces herself. "I am from the key cultivation realm. I will go to battle." A young pregnant woman, with a determined expression, also steps forward and speaks loudly. "I am from the key condensation realm. I will go to battle." A boy with neatly tied hair, small in stature but with eyes filled with determination, introduces himself. "I am from the drunken bone realm. I will go to battle." Even a large dog, with glossy black fur, leaps forward and barks loudly. "Woof! This dog is at the peak of the drunken bone realm. I will go to battle." However, in this era of universal cultivation, there is one exception. A young man, looking disheveled with a tired and dejected face, steps forward and quietly says, "I am from the waste realm. I request to be excused." The crowd turns their gaze toward the young man. The old man leading the group, who had recounted the horrific history of the Western region, sees the young man and becomes furious. "Humph, every time I teach the history of this region, just seeing him makes me feel upset." Another young man, his face filled with indignation, shouts, "Our human race risks our lives to cultivate and fight for survival, yet he only thinks of lying around." The previously mentioned old woman, with a cold gaze, turns to ask, "Hey Zhu Wuyan, the demonic spirits threaten our kind, even the pregnant woman volunteers for battle, and even the dog participates. How can you think of escaping?" The boy with tied hair, his face full of anger, grinds his teeth and says, "Today, no matter what you say, you must go to the battlefield for me." The dog also growls and barks as if to say, "That's right." Zhu Wuyan weakly shakes his head, coughs softly a few times, his voice languid yet full of bitterness, as a man who wouldn't want to go to the battlefield to achieve glory. "But do you all really think I don't want to participate?" Upon finishing, he takes out a piece of paper and holds it out before everyone. On the paper, it clearly states, "Bamboo Sky Flame, lack of natural talent." Zhu Wuyan raises the paper high and responds, "But according to the order of the army's return, individuals with deficiencies are not allowed to participate in battle." The crowd around is stunned. One person cannot help but shout, "Proof of deficiency." The pregnant girl, with an apologetic expression, bowed her head and said, So it turns out you are a disabled person. So we have misunderstood you." Wu Yan sighed in frustration and replied, I didn't reveal it just because I didn't want you to pity me." But the pregnant girl still wouldn't give up and continued to press. "But you have all your limbs intact. Where are you disabled?" Wu Yan lifted his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. "At this point, I can no longer hide it." "Well then, let me show you the most vulnerable wound in my life." Saying that, Wu Yan began to open his mouth wide. The pregnant girl was surprised and confused and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Yan sighed deeply, his voice full of grief. "Can't you see?" He pointed at the inside of his throat, his eyes filled with anguish, crying as he said, I was born without a throat gate. Do you know that the throat gate is the most important organ of a human being? Without it, how can I fight?" He started to hold his face and cried helplessly. "I really want to participate in the battle, but I have been severely disabled since birth. I can only apologize to you." At this moment, Wu Yan secretly opened his eyes to observe the reactions of those around him, then smiled sarcastically, as if mocking. However, the people around did not feel pity. On the contrary, their eyes were full of contempt. All four of them turned and beat Wu Yan mercilessly, cursing, "Damn it! You use the excuse of a throat gate to ask for a disabled certificate? What a disgrace!" One member of the group shouted, "You coward, daring to escape from war! Today we will beat you to pieces." Wu Yan covered his head in pain, dodging the blows while crying for help. "What are you doing? Help! Don't bully the disabled." Suddenly, footsteps echoed. A cold voice spoke up, "All right, stop it, don't fight anymore." The group turned around, surprised to see who had arrived. An old woman exclaimed, "Captain Mao." Standing before them was a beautiful strong girl in shiny armor. She crouched down to look at Wu Yan, who was now lying on the ground holding his head, and gently asked, "Wu Yan, are you all right?" That girl was Mao Man, the captain of the human race's cultivators. Wu Yan lifted his face, forcing himself to respond, "Captain, I'm fine." Mao Man pulled a clean handkerchief from her clothes and handed it to Wu Yan. Her voice remained calm, but held a serious undertone. "Wu Yan, the human race is in a state of emergency right now. Why won't you practice?" She gently wiped the dust from Wu Yan's face and comforted him. "You don't need to be afraid. I always feel that you are a good seed. If you cultivate, who knows, you might become stronger than us. Perhaps you could be the next war god." Mao Man, with a bright smile, asked Wu Yan, "So, Wu Yan, how about you try cultivating with us?" Wu Yan was touched, tears streaming down his face as he replied, Captain." He suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked away, surprising Mao Man, saying, "Do you think I'm foolish? I haven't even gotten married yet, and you want me to go out and risk my life? Unless you marry me, then I'll go." Everyone was furious, chasing after him and shouting, "Damn it! This guy dares to offend the captain, kill him." The dog also chased after him, barking as if to say, "Old master has to relieve himself on his head." Mao Man just watched Wu Yan's retreating figure, sighing, Wu Yan." The scene shifted to a house deep in the forest. A sigh arose. Ancestors. Inside the house, the family name plaque was tattered and covered in cobwebs. A deep voice echoed sadly, "Why did you all risk your lives to kill the demonic spirit back then?" It was Wu Yan, sitting in front of the ancestral altar, reproaching, "Now the family is all gone, leaving only me. If I die one day, the Zhu family will truly be cut off. What was it all for? After all, I must carry on the family line. I won't take the battlefield even if I die. Therefore, I ask for the blessings of the ancestors." On the altar were 3 spirit tablets. From left to right were the spirit tablets of Chen Zuan, Zhu Rentai, and Zhu Tuodan. Suddenly, one of the spirit tablets lit up, and a green mission notification appeared. The 3rd trial is opened for the Zhu Wu Yan youth generation to confront the threats posed by demonic spirit. The master is not allowed to directly assist, but must let the young generation overcome it on their own. Rewards will be given once the mission is completed, and the master will also receive a reward related to cultivation. Wu Yan read the information board, surprised to see a high spirit appearing in white robes from the spirit tablet. The figure looked at Wu Yan and said, "Is it you this time, kid?" Wu Yan cautiously replied, "Who are you?" The figure answered, I am the one you just honored with the tablet. After speaking, he snapped his fingers, causing countless weapons to appear